portfolio review and retirement guide. Get yours at mutualfundstore.com. Hi, I'm Kevin Logan with the Mutual Fund Store in the Bay Area. Call me at 866-970-0555 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Yeah, that's cool. So I got this little gadget. It's a dashboard camera. So I can record my journey down the German freeway with the ones with no speed limits.
There's no speed limit?
There's no speed limits.
Oh, wow.
They were the first modern country to build what we consider interstate highways. They did it before we did. They built them in the 30s. Adolf Hitler was the master. I don't know if he had thought up the idea, but it got done under his time before they went to war. So they built. The idea was same thing why we build them is so you can get people around, but you had to move military assets around. You'd have a way to do it. But yeah, their interstates don't have speed limits, and they're only 2 lanes. There are 2 lanes on each side, so you better be in the right lane. If you're in the left lane, well, if you're in the left lane, people are going to come flying by you at like 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And they get really annoyed if they can't drive that fast. So if you're not driving like really, really super fast, you better be in the right lane. I've never driven outside this country before, let alone on.
Is it on the right side?
Yeah.
Wheel?
Yep. Yes, it is. That's the good news. The bad news is that there's no speed limit, so it's kind of frightening. And all of the rental cars are manual transmission stick shifts, which is okay. I know how to drive one. I'm actually good at driving one, so that doesn't bother me too much. But it keeps, you gotta use both hands. Hurt us too. It'll hurt us. The Weston hasn't been good for us. They sucked a lot of business away from us. That we had to fill in with lower rated stuff. Our occupancy is the same. It doesn't get much higher than what we have, but our rate's gone down because we don't have that. All those platinums, they're staying across the street.
Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guarantee quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BDB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield.
state bankruptcy laws bar Puerto Rico from enacting its own law to restructure about $20 billion of its debt. The territory is in a recession and cannot pay $72 billion in public debt. John Stolnis, Washington.
A 45-year-old classic rock song is at the center of a lawsuit that goes to trial starting tomorrow in Los Angeles. Led Zeppelin is accused of copyright infringement for using the opening riff of the song Taurus, released in 1968 by a lesser-known band Spirit, on Stairway to Heaven, which came out in 1971. I'm Ann Kate. Did you spend 8 agonizing hours sitting at your desk? Now is the time to take a stand for your health. Get in front of a VeriDesk, the height-adjustable desktop solution that lets you switch between sitting and standing in 3 seconds. It not only goes right on top of your current desk, saving you hundreds of dollars, it also comes fully assembled. Save time, money, and your back. Visit Veridesk.com. That's VARI desk.com to take a stand against sitting all day.
San Francisco Opera proudly presents Verdi's Don Carlo, a grand opera in every sense of the word. Don Carlo has it all: love and betrayal, father versus son, church versus state, and a magnificent Verdi score. Don Carlo, now through June 29th. For tickets, call 415-864-3330 or visit sfopera.com today.
Top Radio 560 KSFO traffic brought to you by Mancini Sleep World. Large roll of iron cable has fallen into the number 2 lane of westbound Bay Bridge before Treasure Island. Eastbound traffic very slow well into the city. An injury accident, 880 northbound at Tennyson Road in Hayward. The right shoulder is blocked by that. And we have another accident on 880 northbound. This one just south of 84 in Fremont. It's blocking the left lane there. The northbound traffic heavy from 237 to about 92. 2 crashes in San Mateo. Tell you about, one northbound before Hillsdale Boulevard, the other one southbound just north of 92. And an accident 680 northbound past via San Gabriel and Fremont. That one from Center Divide. Think you can't afford the ultimate in adjustable comfort? Think again. Mancini Sleep World has drastically reduced prices on top brand quality adjustable comfort mattresses. Your choice of comfort at the lowest possible price. Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. KSFO Traffic, I'm Larry Van Ott.
He's here. Now broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Sad to watch Fox in the ATMer. Yes, the president is right. We should debate types of weapons people can have, because you're not allowed to have, grenade launchers, bazookas. What is this idiocy? Did the guy have a grenade launcher, a bazooka? And an AR-15, which is a very common rifle. It's not automatic. It's not a machine gun. It's a rifle. It's a long barrel rifle. Do these people even know what they're talking about? Should we call it something else? And I believe a Glock. What's the debate? What's the debate? The guy was on the watch list. He was interviewed twice. He was denied for body armor, according to reports. Yet he was cleared through the FBI background check for more weapons. I don't know how that happened. So what's the debate? The problem is, you have an easier time getting into this country than you do getting a weapon. Because in many cases, there aren't even background checks. I already explained that to you when it comes to asylum, for instance, the refugees. What a mess it is, our government, in terms of vetting people. According to our government, the GAO. And so it's always the default position, the Second Amendment. Well, I wish these guys with big mouths on cable, maybe we ought to debate the First Amendment. If the Second Amendment's up for grabs, why not the First Amendment and free speech, freedom of the press? Certain kinds of weapons should be banned. Certain kinds of weapons are banned. I mean, do we really need truly stupid people to be telling us about the Second Amendment? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It takes the attention away from where it should be. The focus should be on the people who are doing this to us. This is why I spent the entire first hour showing how Obama is not securing this nation. How through self-censorship, through PC, through directives, through policy, he's weakened us. Law and order has been weakened. The nation's security has been weakened. Police forces have been weakened. The FBI has been weakened. And what next? Now they say, oh, we got to look at what weapons. What weapons? It's just incredible. And Obama shows no passion whatsoever when he talks about these things. Talk about redistributing wealth, nationalizing the suburbs, nationalizing, in essence, the banking system, and on and on and on. Oh, he's got energy, man. Talk about this. Oh, gee, don't get worked up. Come on, don't let fear bother you. Don't this, don't that. I mean, what kind of people would we be, ladies and gentlemen, if we weren't fearful and angry about what's going on? What kind of a people would we be? We wouldn't be people at all. So our freedom comes under attack every time there's a Islamo-Nazi or other mass murder. It's incredible. Those people in our major cities can't own weapons. Too expensive, or too complicated, too much red tape, or they're simply obstructed from it, flat out. And most people in the inner city are vulnerable. The thugs and hoods and gang members and so forth and so on who have easy access to this weapon, not because they go through a background check, because they get them through a black market. They get weapons from overseas and so forth and so on. A handgun in the hand of a single woman in an apartment in Chicago, Illinois, when somebody breaks in, is the great equalizer. Evil people do evil things. Evil people will always do evil things. Whether it's with box cutters, or scissors, or shoe bombs, or any of the rest of them. Fertilizer. Evil people, when it comes to doing evil things, can be very brilliant in a sick kind of way. So the idea that some kind of weapons, more weapons, need to be banned and put on a list because they look really scary and so forth and so on, that somehow that would have stopped this nutcase? Maybe it would have put the place on fire. You know, one of these nutjobs tried to do that. Where was that? I can't remember that. I remember the story, again, a gay bar or club, where one of the nut jobs tried to light the whole place up. There were like 700 people. Didn't have a... through what's going on, and I could have gone through a hell of a lot more on the domestic front, on how we're being weakened from within. But we're being weakened in terms of taking on the enemy, too. This is all Obama. This is on Obama. It's on his shoulders. In Investors Business Daily a couple years ago, they pointed out despite soaring federal spending and surging debt, one area of the budget has faced steep, real cuts since Obama took office: defense. A report out from a bipartisan blue ribbon panel, this is 2 years ago, can you imagine what it is today? Warns these reductions have gone too far and now threaten America's security. A report from the National Defense Panel, appointed by both the Pentagon and Congress, underlines the danger of Obama's strategy of slashing defense to fund questionable domestic programs. Specifically, the report claims defense cuts under Obama will weaken America and make it impossible to fight a two-front war, the historic baseline goal for U.S. military strength after World War II. In particular, massive planned cuts to the armed forces are a serious strategic misstep on the part of the United States, the report said. It flatly declares Obama's planned future force strength, as outlined in the 2014 Quadrennial Defense Review, to be, quote, inadequate, unquote. As a share of the gross domestic product, another common measure of defense strength, spending has shrunk from 5% to just over 3% of the gross domestic product. At current rates, it'll be below 3% in 2016, the lowest since World War II. Meanwhile, the enemy's on the rise. Pick 'em: China, Russia, the Islamo-Nazis, including Iran. He weakens us from within. Local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, immigration. Just the language. He weakens us from within. Then he eviscerates our military. Then he cuts a deal with Iran to give them $150 billion. Basically, free reign with the ICBMs they're perfecting and nukes. And we have to listen to Obama lecture you and me like there's something wrong with us, when 49 of our fellow citizens are slaughtered, picked off. When Obama doesn't stand up and say, ladies and gentlemen, he can say something like this, being a liberal, but it's also realistic too. We know that the vast majority of Muslims in our country are honorable people, which is a fact. But we also know there's a certain percentage who wish to do us harm. Now, I know there's other people with other backgrounds as well, but this is a little different, folks, because there's an international jihad taking place. And ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all the rest of them are trying to reach into this country to do us severe, in fact, mortal damage. And so this is somewhat different. Again, I'm not blaming all Muslims, of course I'm not. Why would I? But there's a certain percentage that we happen to know are of a mindset that can be and is extremely dangerous. We look at the Pew surveys. I have that in Plunder and Deceit, by the way. The FBI stats. The mass murder. 9/11. We know this to be a fact. We want to encourage as many Muslims to support our efforts to extinguish this danger, the law-abiding Muslims, the honorable Muslims, as possible. But the fact is, this does exist. It exists right here in this country. He won't say it. It's the damnedest thing. It's the damnedest thing. The American people see this. Other Muslims see this. I told you the story. I was walking in a mall, Tyson's Corner, with my glasses on and my hat down, doing the business I needed to do, and a gentleman happened to recognize a pretty big dude. And he came up to me and he kind of grabbed my shoulder, and I figured, all right, I'm going to have to duke it out with this guy. Seriously. He said, Mr. Levin. I said, yes. He said, I want to tell you something. I used to be a liberal, and now I'm a conservative. And I'm a Muslim. And I want to thank you for what you say about these terrorists who are slaughtering my people. I told that before, didn't I, Rich? I told you too. And he's right. More Muslims are murdered by other Muslims around the world. More Muslims are raped by other Muslims around the world. More Muslims are forced out of their homes by other Muslims than by anyone else or any other force on this earth. It's the truth. What's going on in Syria? Muslim fighting Muslim. In Iraq, Muslim fighting Muslim. In Libya, Muslim fighting Muslim. In Yemen, Muslim fighting Muslim. The slaughter is beyond comprehension. And yet our president is such a coward, such a fool, so obsessed with his ideology, that he continues on with this path. What I'm saying tonight to you is this. Barack Obama hasn't made America safer, he's made America weaker, more vulnerable, through his various policies, significant policies, which are undermining law and order, liberty, security. Really has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. Tens of millions of people in this country own hundreds of millions of weapons. Yet, these events that take place, more and more, the result of an ideology. An ideology. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin. Talk Radio 560 KSFO.
Here's a reason to celebrate at Jazz Creek through the 4th of July. Backed by popular demand, it's the return of Point-Palooza at Jazz Creek. You don't have to be Thomas Jefferson or George Washington for this declaration, because we're declaring a Point-Palooza every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 7 and 10 p.m. Over 22 million points will be given away every weekend. Now that's a reason to stand up and salute. Then come celebrate the 4th of July at Jazz Creek in grand fashion, when over 7 million points will be given away. Jazz Creek wants you to win points. Then go and spend those points for all the things you love at Jazz Creek. Point-Palooza, only at Jazz Creek Casino Resort. Play here, play the best. Visit jazzcreek.com for more information.
Financial independence in retirement. Who would not want that? Hey, Brian Sussman here. Is your financial plan on track to get you there? Join me and financial advisor Pat Paciucci in Pleasant Hill on June 14th or Pleasanton on June 15th for a free retirement planning seminar, both at 7 o'clock. Free parking, refreshments, weight information. It's June 14th in Pleasant Hill or June 15th in Pleasanton. Your pick. Call 800-472-8305. That's 800-472-8305. Or online, you can register there at don'tinvestandforget.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through NPC, member FINRA and SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Paciucci & Associates Insurance Services and NPC are separate and unrelated companies. Each franchise independently owned and operated, offering an unselected product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
You're gonna love this house. It just came on the market. It's gorgeous inside. Here we are. Oh my gosh, look at this room. The window coverings are stunning. It's straight out of a magazine. Isn't it incredible? The best part? They didn't even hire a decorator. Budget Blinds did it all. Budget Blinds? Yep, Budget Blinds. They'll give you a free in-home consultation, do all the measuring and installation, and give you the best warranty in the industry. I'll take it. The house? No, the number for Budget Blinds. Right now, it's the biggest sale of the year at Budget Blinds. Call now to schedule your free in-home consultation and receive incredible savings, promotions, and upgrades, including free invisible tape on shutters. There's never been a better time time to get the decor of your dreams. But hurry, the biggest sale of the year ends soon. Call your locally owned budget blinds. 1-800-260-9242. That's 1-800-260-9242. 1-800-260-9242.
Did you get that right?
This thing? No, I got it on Amazon. I only got it for this reason, so that I can, when I'm driving on that vacation, I don't have to, have this big camera with a stick shift, and especially on a road that has no speed limits, I need to pay attention to driving the car.
That's supposed to be like a parking garage.
That bill is they're leasing, so it's definitely. They all look like that when they're being built. They just stack them up. It looks like a parking garage when they'll fill it in.
They all look the same.
Yeah. I mean, a parking garage is basically an unfinished building. It's got floors and ramps that they put between it with no walls. airport is a very well designed airport. They make you go through security at the main entrance, at the door, right? You know, you pull up, unload, and right at the doorway is a metal detector. And then it's not the only one. You got to go through it again once you check in, you know, at the normal place. But that's where they attacked. You know, they just drove up. The three guys got out of a taxi, and they were wearing suicide vests, and they had machine guns, and they just started blasting. That airport always struck me as being, it's really nice. You know, it's very modern and well designed, but I've never seen security at the door like that. You know, that's, you know, it doesn't matter where they put it. It's like, shit. I mean, I get
the airport you fly into?
yeah, oh yeah. They have two airports there. One's kind of like the big international one, and the other one's kind of like San Jose. You know, it's like more domestic routes. Budget airlines fly there. The big international one is for, like, they have a national airline, and the other, you know, Delta, United, and all the, you know, the ones coming in from other countries use that one. Pictures of it, I'm like, fuck, I was right there, you know. I mean, it's just, they've got the one building where you enter, you know, and it's like SFO, it's not that big, you know, it's just pull around, get out, and get, you know. But like I said, I've been there at like 4 in the morning, and even so, it's busy, you know. They've got a lot of flights because it's so far east. So if you want to connect to a flight going to, unless you're on a direct flight from there, if you want to connect somewhere, you got to get out early, like at 5 a.m., so that you can get to like Paris or Amsterdam by 9. It's 3 hours, you know, from those places. And the flights from there usually leave about 10 or 11, so you know, you got to really be there early in the morning. I've never been there during the daylight. You know, it's like I land at night or leave early in the morning. Time this thing happened, but no, it's really bad. Like 4 or 5 bombings this year. Most of them are in that city, in that same city. It's the biggest city, but had 1 or 2 in the capital. The capital is nothing to see.
einen Untertitel geschrieben, Fernsehinsert, und nicht als Premierminister bezeichnet, sondern da stand dann wirklich dort Human Disaster.
Wonder who lost their job over that one. And the biggest diamond discovered in 100 years, sold in an auction in London, and it almost didn't find a buyer. The tennis ball-sized rough diamond has 1,109 carats. Should be sold for at least $70 million according to Sotheby's, but the bidding only reached $61 million US. So they're like, well, I'm going to take my ball and go.
Geschenkt würde ich ihn nehmen.
Well, warum? What are you going to do? It's just a piece of carbon. What are you going to do with it?
So ein Schlüsselanhänger, warum nicht?
The size of a baseball. You have big pockets. Big pockets.
Big pockets, yeah.
That look on your...
New projects, commercial or residential. If you're a real estate agent, we can provide you. Dude, what's that?
You put
bacon on a broiler pan in the oven and pull it off.
You have forgiven him if your dogs passed up
Their coatings, single ply.
Jay Leno's Garage premieres Wednesday, June 15th, 10 Eastern Pacific.
Let's do it.
Only on CNBC.
Today, bullies aren't just in the hallways at school or on the playground. Now, cyberbullies can taunt your child with texts, posts, and videos any time of day through mobile devices and computers. If your child is being bullied, they may feel helpless, have difficulty sleeping, skip school, or even run away from home. Talk to your child about what they are going through and let them know they are not alone. For help, call the National Runaway Switchboard at 1-800-RUNAWAY or visit 1-800-RUNAWAY.org.
You're listening to Mark Levin. Coming up tomorrow morning at 9, it's Rush Limbaugh on Talk Radio 560 KSFO.
Mark.com.
Mark Levin, I don't know about you, but I am ready to sing, and you're always back on the Mark Levin Radio Show.
while doing his duty, they have impeached him. And not only are they not going to impeach him, McConnell and Ryan are such cowards. They're not even calling him out on this. They went along and funded.
How many people have you heard in the media give you a laundry list of things Obama has done to make this nation weak? Or weaker, I should say. And the list is even longer than the one I went through. How many people have you heard do that? To push back this notion that, I'm doing everything I can, or we're going to double this, or we're going to do that. Baloney! Baloney! Can you think of one thing, Brian, this man has done to make us more secure?
Nope. If he was purposely trying to bring down this country, I don't think he'd do anything different than what he has already done. It's so blatant and obvious, and the Republicans are not pushing back. They're going right along with him.
Yep. All right, Brian. Thanks for your call. Bob, San Antonio, Texas on the Mark Levin app. Go.
Good afternoon. It's a great honor, long-time listener, first-time caller. The events in Orlando prove unequivocally that we are on our own, and there is a simple fix, and that's a loosening of the concealed carry laws. Texas doesn't allow it either. Carry in bars.
I'm with you. Rather than all this claptrap about tightening. Isn't this obvious? We have to defend ourselves?
Yes, sir. Florida could fix it. They don't need Obama to fix this. They could loosen up the law a little bit, then you could have a designated defender. It would still be a crime to be drunk and in possession of a gun in public, just like it's a crime to drink and drive.
I like that line, designated defender. Did you invent that, or did somebody else?
I haven't heard it elsewhere. I guess
that's very clever of you, because that would address their concern about drunks with weapons.
Yes, sir. And if there'd been a handful of people in that club of 300 odd people that were in there, this guy would have turned his back on one of them to reload or something, and he would have taken a bullet in the back, and that would have been the end of the encounter.
I agree with you. I mean, this is the truly compassionate, life-saving measure. I agree with you, Bob. Excellent call. And we need to make that case over and over again. The compassionate ones are not the ones that disarm people in the face of evil, while they're inviting more and more people into this country whose backgrounds they can't determine. We're turning this nation into the third world. That's what we're doing. We're turning it into the third world because we lack assimilation. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the summer blowout sale at Chamonix. You've heard me talk about the amazing Genesol plant stem cell therapy for bags of...
Well, the good Muslims don't even recognize these guys. We've never heard that from our president.
No, we haven't. And to tell you the truth, as you put it, good Muslims, I haven't heard enough from them either. I mean, I need to hear so much more from so many more people who practice their faith because it gives them solace and comfort, it brings them closer to God, and who truly believe it's a peaceful religion. I don't know how you can believe it is truly a peaceful religion any longer. You can only make your part of it peaceful. That's the best I can believe at this point. And past that, how can you, if you're Muslim, not acknowledge that a major portion of your faith is being used to hurt people greatly?
Yeah, and Ray was saying that he wanted to hear this call for years, and that they need more of Muslims that believe this way to call in. But what we need is the Muslims who believe this way to call in on the people who are radicalized. And they have information of these people that are going to do any kind of terrorist act. That's what needs to happen.
Would you? Honestly. If you knew the power of ISIS and you were about to call a cop and say, I know somebody who I think is in ISIS, could you do that and sleep comfortably and have if you had a family?
Yes.
Okay. I got a gut check on it, just to be sure.
Well, I stopped the fight earlier today that 4 guys chasing down the guy, and I pulled in front of the car, and they ran off, and they drove off.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, with equipment bombed.
You should have led with that, man. How did it, everybody's okay, and it all worked out?
Well, I was at work, so I had to keep going because I'm a delivery driver, but there were other people there who had the license plate of the car and other witnesses.
Hey, good job, man.
Well, they had skateboards there, and I was afraid they were going to start hitting them with a skateboard.
Oh, okay. Either way, good job, man. Good job. You can kill somebody with a skateboard.
In fact, Morningstar has revealed only 47...
Chris Daniels Show. Back in just about 3 minutes. Quick check of news. Aaron Abadia on TNT.
Second verse of the FBI's investigation of the Orlando nightclub mass shooter, focusing on any connections that he might have had with outside terror groups and his motives for carrying out the brutal mass killings. More from correspondent Barry Bagnano.
Mateen was involved in 3 911 calls during the attack, 2 that he made and then hung up, and a third made to him by a dispatcher. FBI Director James Comey says the killer not only pledged loyalty to ISIS's leader, but also support for the Boston Marathon bombers and a Florida man who committed a suicide bombing for an Al-Qaeda group in conflict with ISIS.
We are highly confident this killer was radicalized, at least in some part through the internet.
Comey refused to use Mateen's name to deny him recognition. I'm Barry Bagnano.
Yesterday's shooting left 49 people dead and 53 injured. Governor Jerry Brown is signing a bill making California the first state to request a waiver from the federal government, allowing undocumented residents to purchase health insurance through the state exchange. Currently, the Affordable Care Act excludes those living in the country illegally, but even if the feds grant California's request for a waiver, undocumented residents would...
I'm running 80 right now.
80. Wow.
Just because I moved here, but if I go behind her again,
She's not going to let you pass her. No. Be careful, though. You may want to take the 280 back. It looks like it's kind of bad through here.
that Flintstone house over there is for sale.
Is it really?
Yeah.
How much?
For $3 million.
It looks like a third grader made it out of paper mache.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's an ugly house. I don't know what the interior would look like, but it does look like a Flintstone house.
The last time it was for sale, they said it was like 15 years ago.
Yeah. How much should it go for then?
But they're selling it for a lot.
I'll bet it's a beautiful view.
Oh, yeah.
Over that.
You practically paid for the view.
Yeah, I'm sure. I guess there's a lot of like famous people that live out that way, you know, along that stretch. A lot of Hollywood people have houses up here, you know, that they hang out in. Isn't George Lucas up here too, somewhere?
And Nevada?
Yeah. How far is that from?
It's after the Golden Gate Bridge. When you cross the bridge.
Oh, it's over like
Right there on the other side of the bridge.
over above
Sausalito.
Sausalito over here with you. listen to the lyrics. It's actually kind of funny. Let's see what else we got. That's classical. That's all you get. Amtrak. I flew out of Oakland a couple weeks ago. Took the Amtrak up there, and that's not a bad ride. You know, it's actually the ride itself is nice because I was going on Friday afternoon. It'll take 2 hours to drive up to the airport at 4 o'clock. You know, I mean, it's that 880 is just 880 is just horrible at that time of day on Friday especially. But the Amtrak takes like an hour, but it's pleasant. It just kind of creeps along, but you just kind of hang out. And then they've got that new little connector train over to the airport, which is really the Barton connector. Yeah, that's really snazzy.
Does that drop you off like in front of the airport?
Right at the front door.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't take you in there, but it's like where you picked me up there before, right?
Yeah.
Right at the right. You have to cross the street, but it's right smack dab. It's good. But the only non-integrated part is where the Amtrak lets you off is not where the BART is. It's about a block away, and you have to walk. It's just Oakland is that part of it anyway is just really ghetto. You know, it's just it's poorly maintained. It's really dirty. Although there's other passengers too, so you don't feel like you're in danger. But it's ugly. You know.
That Oakland airport is never busy.
The release of the BMW Fest was quite the show.
So, Sie können schon mal reinkommen und kurz im ersten Raum warten, da geht's dann gleich los. Sie können auch rechts reingehen, ganz rechts noch bei der Tür, das ist der gleiche Raum. Wahrscheinlich.
I'm sure you recognize it. You remember
Also Sie können auch noch rechts reingehen, da geht's von
If you could live here and retire here, it'd be okay because most people take it as well.
So we are the next. Okay, thank you.
How long does the tour take?
About 20 to 25 minutes, not so long. Is there more garden? Now on top is the Venus Temple, and there is garden everywhere. You can walk by your own.
This way and this way?
This way, yeah.
Schau mal, den kleinen Rechner.
Der ist auch bei mir.
Da fehlen noch 6 Leute auf der Deutschen, aber nein. Ich glaube, Vertretung, also nehmen wir das mal mit. Die Schal von
Yes.
Aren't you gonna want some PS with that?
What?
Yeah, actually want some So your shoes are cool. Thank you.
You won't lose those.
Well, if we ever lose him in a crowd, all he has to do is stand on his head. I do not. I don't believe.
Yeah, I got the idea.
No, it's not crooked. It's just, they didn't spell it. It's not like I don't know if that's right or not. I don't know if that's how they do it, because it's that way too here.
Vorher habe ich auch die Verspätung wieder eingeholt. I'm pretty sure anybody put me at the beginning of the whole here.
We're going this way.
Yeah.
We wait here?
Yeah, you wait here.
balcony?
Also jetzt gleich
I'm going to go picture the floor above it.
glaube ja.
Because that one's me. Like the guy said, that's what I look like under all these clothes.
Okay. So you can go inside and please wait in the first room. There are Before I start, all of you speak English, or does anybody need a textbook in another language than English? All speak English. Okay, great. And then no photo and video inside the palace, please. And the backpack, if you have one, keep in your hand or in front of you. Because upstairs the rooms are very small. Okay, so King Ludwig II, King of Bavaria and man who ordered to build this palace here, was born on the 25th of August 1845 and he died on the 13th of June 1886. So he died when he was just 40. The palace here was built from the year 1869 till the year 1878, just 9 years. And as you can see, it was built in the historicism style. So in the whole palace you will find elements showing the Baroque and Rococo style. And here in Lindorf Palace, King Ludwig II also spent most of his time. Which means the last 8 years he spent here about 2 weeks every month. Because it was the only one which was finished till he died. Maybe you know the others like Neuschwanstein Palace or Helsinki Palace. In the middle of the room you can see a horse statue showing King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, because King Ludwig II admired him. And when you look on the ceiling you can see a sun in splendor with the French Bourbon King's motto, Nec pluribus impar. So this can be translated with the words, I am superior to all. When you look in the second entrance hall you can also see 3 vases. The vase in the middle, the blue one, is made of Sèvres porcelain. So Sèvres is a suburb of Paris, and you can still find today that manufactory. And next to the staircase are so-called cloisonné vases. No photo, please. Oh, okay. No. And the cloisonné vases are over 200 years old. They come from East China. And the doors here, they were the service rooms. Today they are empty and we use these rooms now. On the right is bathroom and on the left side the kitchen of Ludwig II. So later when you leave you can walk on the left and look through the window into the kitchen. And now we go up in the first room and please walk on the left side. Now on the right please, on the right. Bye-bye, yeah, welcome. Bye-bye.
eso es lo que puedes saber.
Exactly.
Bueno, todos tuvimos
Yes. So you will.
Deutschland calling.
Okay.
We are driving the Autobahn. Yeah, and these cars are like flying by me at like unbelievable speed.
It's 2:30 in the morning?
It's 8:15 here. You've got to be on continental time, baby, to fly with this pilot. Well, then it's 6:30 in the morning in that case, 5:30. No, 7:30. It's only an hour behind this. So, yeah, I figured you're on Greenwich. Thank you. This is a beautiful highway. Wow. I mean, it's like, it looks like Maryland. You know, it's 3 lanes on each side, very green, and the road is, as you might expect, is in perfect, I mean, like brand new mint condition. It's beautiful. Well, but that's been 70 years. Technically, that's even older than the American interstate. I've heard that the Germans are good with maintaining infrastructure, yeah. Yeah, well, they're kind of obsessive. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was 2 in the morning, so I should. Okay. I don't know that driving and talking is legal here, so I probably shouldn't. I don't have a earpiece or anything, so. All right, well, I'm just checking in. I know it'll shock you to hear that I visited the German spa last night. There was this individual who was self-fucking with the dildo, and he looked intriguing, so I popped in to say hello, and the dildo was a fisted dildo. Oh my goodness. Well, it was cavernous. Alright, I need to pay attention to driving because these people are starting to be aggressive, so I must leave. I'm going to Schloss Linderhof and the Zimmermann Church. Garmisch-Partenkirchen and Oberammergau. Yeah. Well, I don't see any mountains yet, but that's, I'm sure, forthcoming, so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm headed in that direction. So.
Well, have fun.
All right. Stay tuned.
I'm glad to hear your voice.
I am here. Ich bin hier. Ich bin hier. Ich bin hier in meiner Heimat. All right. Auf Wiedersehen. Good night. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. Adieu to you and you and you. Good night. Good morning. Auf Wiedersehen. Sure. It's actually busier in passenger traffic than San Jose. Not by much. And San Jose is growing, you know, with all those international flights and stuff now. So Oakland has a lot of Southwest flights, a lot of them. So that's why they got a lot of, you know, Southwest has its own terminal, which is actually a pretty nice building.
That's the end.
Yep. The old part, the really old part, isn't bad, but there's not much inside of it. It's only got 8 or 10 gates and a couple restaurants. And, I mean, there's nothing really. But I was impressed that Oakland Airport Southwest side has really good food, you know, and beverage, and but they have a lot of traffic, so a lot of demand. They're better part. There's some nice parts there, but I don't
Before you get to Emeryville,
I don't dislike downtown Oakland. There's some really nice. Lake is nice, and you know.
Don't they have a Chinatown there?
Yeah. It's right next to Jack London Square. That's kind of nice too. You know, so. But they got some real ghetto parts too that are just frighteningly bad, and you know, bad crime and all that. You don't see that over here. I don't know.
Because on the Westin, because I stayed on the Westin over the weekend, on the Westin elevator, it says that if you want to use the Aloft bar, you can use it. You can just show them your room key.
Oh yeah?
And they can charge it to your room.
Oh, that's cool. Well, they must be then. It must be if they have that privilege. How would you get over there? They're not exactly close by.
The parking lot is open to go to Aloft.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Well, are they that close? Could you walk between them? I guess you could. Huh?
Yeah, they open up the parking lot to combine it together. You can even park at the Aloft side if you can't find parking at the Westin side.
Oh, I guess they are. I've never been in that Aloft. I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's different.
Well, it's the old.
That's where I parked That's where I parked my car when I went to Vegas.
Right.
They charged like $8 a day.
Really?
And then they have like free shuttle to take you to the airport.
Is that the regular rate, or do you have to get a special coupon or something to do that?
You have to book it online.
I see.
It's like a third party, but they use their parking.
I use another lot up north a little bit off of the Cargo Road, which is, I like them because they've got just absolutely like every 2-minute shuttle service. You never have to wait. Especially when you're going back, it's kind of annoying when you're out there waiting. But they come by like every couple minutes, even early in the morning. It always seems, it's really funny. Every time I walk out the door and go across the street, they're just coming around. It's like it's almost like they're waiting for you.
They have like more than one shuttle.
They must, yeah. Well, they got a whole fleet of them. It's not that big of a lot either. There's other lots that are larger, and they have less frequent service. Yes.
They're flying on a Delta?
No.
They're flying on
KLM.
Flying out today. I'll go into Istanbul.
I don't know about that. They do have a flight to Istanbul from here.
The economy seems to be going nowhere.
I don't think that leaves late.
Losers and winners. With interest rates falling again,
why there's
savers
such
are
a
the
backup
losers,
here.
and borrowers are the winners. Now, unless you own a bank, the cheapest money available is a mortgage. Make the cash call at 877-890-CASH to find out what your mortgage payment would be if you
it makes sense to go to baggage claim, you can.
Many people are doing it, taking the maximum cash out of their homes with our crazy low interest rates and paying off all their other debt. Credit cards, personal loans, school, auto, whatever. Their accountants then deduct all the interest they pay on the new
It's that Philippine airline, but they
Probably.
No,
with all those boxes.
All those boxes. Well, they leave at midnight, so I don't think it's them.
They have to pull all those boxes out of the van.
Well, coming over here, they're probably coming empty-handed. They buy those boxes here.
That's 877-890-CASH.
I don't know why there would be a lot of traffic here. This isn't just international, though. JetBlue flies into here. A couple other airlines use this that are domestic. Frontier, I think, uses it. JetBlue's kind of the bigger one. But they don't have that much traffic. Southwest doesn't fly here. They go to the other one by Delta. All the European flights leave later in the day. I know that's like after 3.
How long is the flight? Like 10 hours?
Yeah, 10 to 12, depending on where you go. It's a perfect time, because you can sleep. You can get 8 hours of sleep, or close to it, 6, 7, 8 hours. You have enough time to enjoy the flight. They feed you a couple times. You watch movies. It's beautiful scenery because you're going to, you see the sunset and the sunrise within a matter of a couple hours.
Yeah.
Depends on the route too, because when they take you over parts of Canada, it's just usually covered by clouds or it's nothing to see. But if you go over Greenland, if you go far enough north, you get to go over glaciers and mountains. I mean, if there's, depending on the time of year, this time of the year when the sun is like up over Greenland, it never sets, so it's like you're gonna get to see it, but you don't always fly that far north. No, it's really not. It's a lot of mountains, a lot of lakes. It's glaciers. I mean, just only the coastal parts, the southern coastal parts, are inhabited. They have a couple cities there. Probably that whole continent, maybe a couple 100,000 people live there, maybe. And between them, they live just, in like 2 cities. But the rest of it's very beautiful. It's mountains and lakes and glaciers, and if you see like where the glacier ends or where it melts, and it's something to see. I mean, it's really.
Here we are in the first room of King Ludwig II, which is called West Tapestry Room or Music Room. So the music instrument you have heard, you can see in the left corner. It's a so-called pianino eolodicon. And this music instrument is a combination of piano and harmonium. So maybe you know harmonium a little bit smaller than an org. And of course, King Ludwig II played on it. Most of the time music of his favorite composer, Richard Wagner. So he never learned it to play, he only tried it. And nobody knows exactly in the end if it was good or bad. So if it had been bad, nobody had told him, of course, because he was the king. The peacock next to the music instrument you can see is one of 2. The second one you will find later. Because at the king's time, the 2 peacocks, they were standing at the entrance hall, on the left and on the right side, just to show the king's presence here in the North Palace. And he took the peacock because it was one of his favorite animals among swan and horse. The red curtains and seat coverings are also originals, and they are made of real tapestry and come completely from Aubusson in France. And all of the paintings you can see on the walls are oil paintings, and at the king's time they were made on very rough canvas. But as you have already noticed, in the whole palace is a lot of gold. So all of the wood carvings, the stucco work, everything is covered with gold. It's all 22 to 24 karat gold leaf. But for the whole palace, inside for all of the rooms and outside for the park, they only used about 9 pounds. Not very much, as you can see, because it's very, very thin. Of course, at the king's time, every room in the palace was heated, but only the king's rooms. And they were heated by means of warm air rising up through the open fireplaces from the domestic rooms downstairs, the rooms in the first entrance hall you have seen. But we had 4 rooms which were never heated. They are called cabinets. Even in winter it was cold. And a cabinet was just a waiting room for a servant. And the first cabinet, the yellow cabinet, is the only room in the whole palace which is silver plated. You can't find any gold leaf in there. I have to explain before because it's very small. On the walls you will find pastel portraits showing French nobilities because he admired French people, and on the ceiling zodiacs and elements. So one step closer to my side, and now you can have a look into the yellow cabinet. But this was just a way.
All the gold.
No, everywhere. Is that painted outside now? The gold and the... Yeah, and it has to be restored every year. Yeah, so the fountain and the doors, it's not the original, of course. But all this is... Yeah, everything original. Here we are in the audience chamber of King Ludwig II, and when you look to your left side, you can see in the middle normally the throne, but the throne is away because it has to be restored now. So you can't see the throne. And above the throne you can see the Bavarian coat of arms. And the Bavarian coat of arms is a fine needlework. You can also say a so-called embroidery. It's one of the smallest embroideries embroideries of the whole palace, but it took about 3 years. So later you will find more embroideries which are bigger. Up to the canopy you can also see on the left and on the right side ostrich feathers, because they were a sign of power, and nearly every king had these ostrich feathers. The two fireplaces next to the throne are completely made of Italian Bartolino marble. And on the left mantelpiece, it's the same horse that you like in the entrance hall, showing again King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King. And on the right, King Louis XV. But when you look to your right side, above the window on the ceiling, you can also see a painting showing Versailles Palace. Because King Ludwig II was several times in France, especially in Versailles, his favorite one. So, Jan Pien said he copied completely. Lindau Palace, he only copied a few parts, but not the whole room or the palace, only a few parts. And on your right side, you can also see two tea tables. And the tea tables are completely manufactured of green malachite, a gemstone from Russia, because they come directly from St. Petersburg. And at the king's time, they were just a present by the Russian Tsarina Maria Alexandrovna to him. And there King Ludwig II was sitting and was drinking tea, but the chairs have to be restored now like the throne. So. The next cabinet you can see is the lilac cabinet, just another waiting room for servants. All of the walls are made of silk. In the middle, King Louis XV, the lady on the left, Madame de Châteauroux, and on the right, Madame de Pompadour. So she was the most famous courtesan of the time of the absolutism at the French court. The next room is the bedroom. Here we are in the bedroom, and as you can see, it's the highest and finest room of the whole palace. The bedroom has about 100 square meters and has a height of up to 7 meters. The king-size bed of King Ludwig II is in his favorite color royal blue and has a length of about 8 feet and a half and a width of about 8 feet. Because King Ludwig II himself was very tall, about 6 feet 3, so very tall for that time. The panelings you can see on the walls next to the bed are so-called high relief embroideries. And as you can see, they were made three-dimensional on this blue velvet. So, but nobody knows exactly in the end how long it took, because the small embroidery in the audience chamber, you know, took already about 3 years. But at the time of the absolutism, it was also common for kings to hold here in their bedroom their morning and evening reception. When you look on the left side above the door, you can see a painting. In the middle, King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, with guests and servants at his morning reception, the so-called Louis. And on the other side, it shows King Louis XIV at his evening reception, the so-called Coucher. But King Ludwig II, our king, didn't have here any reception in his whole life. He never married, he led a secluded life, so he only had about 10 servants, not many as you can see. And in the last years, he only lived in the night. So now he was sleeping, because he stood up between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon and went to bed at around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So in the night he was traveling, was reading books, writing letters, everything at night. And then he called himself as the Moon King because he admired the Sun King. So this was all his free decision. He only lived here in the last years when the candles burned. And the chandelier above, you can see, weighs about half a ton and carries 108 candles. And every evening a servant has to light every candle. The two mirror frames you can also see on the right side are completely made of mason porcelain. So, and this porcelain was a favorite one of King Ludwig II.
Unbelievable career. To put it in perspective, 32 was quite an experience. You can see that it's touched many, many lives.
Okay, so I want this. The trunk thing is... Oh, there is none. It's... I open it.
Oh.
This thing.
You can see clearly the same candle holders, like in a cabinet, but also flowers, birds, and on top 2 angels holding a crown. And below the crown you can see a double L on a white background. So the double L stands for Ludwig II. And this is the only sign of himself in the old palace. You can't find a portrait, statue or painting. He didn't want it. Only a small double L. The next cabinet I will show you is the rose cabinet, and this was his changing room. But you can't find any wardrobe here. It's downstairs in the domestic room. Every morning and evening the servants had to bring up all the clothing. And to make it easier, you can find 2 doors here. One on this and one on this side on the left. And behind the doors there is a staircase to the bathroom, kitchen and domestic room. Just to make it easier. And now you can have a look into the rose cabinet. So here's one door. So it's smaller than multicolored. Yeah, in Nuremberg he was born in Munich. Okay. And most of the time he lived in the residence in Munich and here in the North Palace. Okay. So in Herrn Chiemsee Palace he only spent 5 nights, and in Neuschwanstein Palace he spent about 170 nights. So here we are in the dining room of King Ludwig II, and in the middle you can see the famous magic table, the so-called Tischlein Deckentisch. When King Ludwig II wanted to eat anything, at first he ordered a meal. Then he was sitting at the throne and was waiting, because this table could be lowered with a hand train to the room below, the kitchen. In the kitchen, the servants put the meal on it. But while they were covering the table, King Ludwig II was sitting here at the throne and was waiting, because he ordered the meal at first. And when they finished, the table came up again and so he could eat. Of course, he copied this here completely from Versailles Palace in France. And all of the years he ate here completely alone. And in the last years when he was living in the night, it was about 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. The vase in the middle of the table and the chandelier above are both made of mason porcelain. Everything, even the head of the flowers. Only the leaves you can see are made of silk. And when you look on top of the chandelier, you can also see a pineapple. So the pineapple stands for hospitality. Even so, he ate here alone. But he copied this from France, and there all of the kings had a pineapple on the chandelier. That's the reason. You can also find here in the dining room a painting showing you the Bavarian Baroque and Rococo style, which is on the ceiling. So the lady in the blue dress on the right side shows the goddess of flowers, Flora. And next to Flora on the left side, the god of vine, Bacchus. And it looks like they were stepping out, because their leg and their feet goes from painting into stucco work. And this is the Bavarian Baroque and Rococo style. You can also find here again wood carvings covered with carrot gold leaf, of course showing you here typical symbols for a dining room. On the left side next to the door you can see agriculture, on the right gardening, and on the other side on the right fishing, and on the left hunting. So, but King Ludwig II was the only member of the whole family who didn't like to hunt. He was never hunting in his whole life. The next cabinet you can see is the blue one, just another waiting room and the last one. Above the door you can see a portrait showing Richelieu, so he was a grandnephew of Cardinal Richelieu. And the lady to his left shows Madame Vintimille, and she was the prettiest at the French court. Okay, in the room after the blue cabinet we just go through. It's the East Tapestry room. You will find the second peacock, only the music instrument is missing. Because the next room he only built for the symmetry. Just go through. She was the prettiest one. She's great. Yeah, I'm trying. So they're very loud, I know. Yeah. Here we are in the East Tapestry room, I told you. So, no photo. In the middle you can see the second peacock, only the music instrument is missing. So as you can see, he built it here for the symmetry. You can see nearly the same paintings. And when you look behind, on top of the mantelpiece, you can see a statue. And the statue is made of Carrara marble and shows the three graces. But this is only a reduced copy because the original stands at the French Louvre Gallery in Paris. And there King Ludwig II has seen it first, and then he said, I want to have such a statue, but of course a smaller one. But now I will show you the room of mirrors, and this was the favorite one of King Ludwig II. In this room he spent most of his time because it was a study or reading room. I will show you. Wie lange weiß ich nicht mehr? Zweites Jahr da. Yeah, you can also read this, but it started in 1869. So, I know some books you can also read 1874, but it's not true. Here we are in the room of mirrors. And when you look to your left or to your right side into a mirror, you think this room never ends. And this here we copied completely from Versailles Palace, his favorite one, but of course smaller. On the walls you can find a lot of vases, so you can count it, 19 vases, because King Ludwig II collected them. Even at his time, just decoration and all made of Munich porcelain. But most of the time, when he was here in the room of mirrors, he was sitting on the sofa in the niche under the chandelier. Because there he was sitting and was reading a book. Every night he read about 2 books. And he was not, so please, a little bit quiet. And he was most interested in reading about music, art, science, and his favorite topic, frogs, because of King Louis XIV. You can also find here in the room of mirrors the most precious thing of the whole palace. It's also in the niche above the sofa, it's the chandelier. And the chandelier is hand carved of Indian ivory and consists of about 300 pieces. It took about 4 years to carve it completely. And this was our last room, so please keep your ticket if you want to visit the grotto. You walk 10 minutes a little bit uphill, and every 20 minutes there is a guided tour. So when you arrive, there is a big clock and the next guided tour inside. If you have time, you should go. And when we leave the palace now, we leave through a secret door. Was the entrance and exit for the servants? But with the second only use the entrance hall because you got the key.
Den Sicherheitskräften und Geiseln. In Australien haben die Parlamentswahlen begonnen. Letzten Umfragen zufolge liegt der konservative Regierungschef Malcolm Turnbull mit hauchdünnem Vorsprung vor seinem Rivalen von der Labour-Partei Bill Shorten. Für die rund 16 Millionen Wähler herrscht Wahlpflicht. Suchmannschaften haben in Sibirien die Absturzstelle eines seit gestern verschollenen Löschflugzeugs entdeckt. Über das Schicksal der 10-köpfigen Besatzung gibt es derzeit noch keine Informationen. Die Maschine war zur Bekämpfung eines schweren Waldbrandes von Irkutsk aus gestartet und kurz darauf vom Radar verschwunden. Mordalarm in Linz. Offenbar im Zuge eines Streits hat eine Frau ihren Freund in der Nacht mit einem Messer attackiert. Der Mann hat dabei so schwere Verletzungen erlitten, dass er kurz darauf verstorben ist. Details zu der Bluttat sind noch nicht bekannt. Die Polizei ermittelt. Das Wetter heute, der Tag beginnt fast überall mit Sonne. Im Westen gibt es aber schon am Vormittag Regenschauer und Gewitter, die sich am Nachmittag auf den Großteil des Landes ausbreiten. Die höchsten Temperaturen 20 bis 33 Grad. Morning show. You should reach your destination by 9:25 a.m.
business plan. He changed the whole business concept of pro football.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-501-3689 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-501-3689 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-501-3689.
Even people who need to work outside cannot easily do that. Sarah Ventrick, member station KJZZ, takes us to a construction site where the concrete has to be poured in the middle of the night.
It's in the high 80s at 1 a.m. on a clear night out in the suburbs of Phoenix. That's way down from recent record highs of up to 118. Around here, it never really gets cool in the summer. That's partly because Phoenix is such a big city that it's a heat island. The city traps the heat. But now in the middle of the night, it's finally cool enough to start work. A team of construction workers is pouring concrete onto the frame of a structure that will eventually become a wastewater treatment plant.
We tried to pour in place and finish concrete when it's below 90 degrees.
Daniel Ward is the construction company's project director. From inside an air-conditioned trailer, he says there are things we can do to modify the concrete, like adding ice to it to cool it down. But it's just best to work when it's not as hot. There are two reasons for working such strange hours. One is the concrete itself.
It sets up too quick in the day with the sun on it. Here it's a little bit slower and manageable.
That's General Superintendent Mike Wigness. The other reason is making sure the workers don't overheat.
Everything out here is metal. I mean, the rebar, a lot of the form gets hot. I mean, it burns your hands.
But at this hour,
We're under the actual shade of the moon.
and remember, it's still in the high 80s. Ray Anderson is on the crew for tonight's pour.
Hot, that's it. You sweat, you work, you sweat. It's better than the daytime.
And it's all really loud. The city of Chandler, where this project is taking place, has regulations about what time construction work can be done if it's close to houses. This is not that close, but Daniel Ward says they still try to think about the neighbors.
We'll always pay attention to where the closest neighborhoods are, what time we're pouring, but making sure that we're getting the message out to them of what's going on.
So the work goes on. In the shade of the moonlight, as the concrete mixers pull in and out of the site, guided by workers in reflective vests and glow sticks on the ground. For NPR News, I'm Sarah Ventry in Chandler, Arizona.
This is NPR News. In an abusive situation, many people call the police. For one Pennsylvania mother, that wasn't an option.
I'd rather them find me on the street than find me at my house like this, because I'm gonna get put out if the cops come here.
Choosing between abuse and eviction later on All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon from 4:30 to 6, and then at 6, stay with us for the KQED special program, Politics of Homelessness. Again, that's this evening at 6.
Good morning, I'm David Green with bad news for some lawyers. The robots are here and they're coming for your jobs. Joshua Browder was fed up with parking tickets, so the teenager made Do Not Pay a bot to help people challenge their fines. The robot chats with people in London and New York, asks them what happened, and then writes an appeal. So far, Browder says it's helped 160,000 people beat their tickets. The whole thing takes less than a minute, and it's absolutely free. Another blow to the lawyers out there. It's Morning Edition.
Stardate 229. A star like the Sun can live for more than 10 billion years. It can survive the shockwave from a nearby supernova or the impact of an infalling planet. One thing it can't survive is a close encounter with a supermassive black hole. The black hole's gravity can rip the star apart, leaving a streamer of superheated gas that will fall into the black hole. That was the case with an unlucky star in a galaxy about 300 million light years away. The star passed within a few 100 million miles of the black hole at the galaxy's heart. The black hole is only about 1 million times the mass of the Sun, pretty small for a supermassive black hole. Yet its gravity is still so powerful that it ripped the star apart, producing a brilliant flare. A space telescope saw the flare in late 2014. Teams of astronomers quickly began watching the flare with other telescopes in space and on the ground. That allowed them to determine the nature of the flare, the destruction of a star roughly the size of the Sun. As they watched the flare over the following weeks and months, they detected an outburst of radio waves, an act that came after the star's demise. The star's hot gas joined a disk of material around the black hole. As the gas spiraled around the black hole, some of it was funneled back into space, a fountain of charged particles racing outward at almost the speed of light, the last remains of a dead star. More about black holes tomorrow. And you can find out even more about them on our Black Holes website, blackholes.stardate.org. For the University of Texas at Austin McDonald Observatory, I'm Sandy Moore.
Good morning, the time is 4:33.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from AT&T, with a network and solutions for helping companies sense and adapt to meet the demands of business. Discover the power of and with AT&T. From the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, dedicated to the belief that all lives have equal value, and working with partners to help envision a world where every person has the opportunity to live a healthy, productive life at gatesfoundation.org. And from the National Endowment for the Arts, Art Works.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Steve Inskeep.
And I'm David Green. We are covering the aftermath arrived in Istanbul and what might explain this.
The security is better at Ataturk Airport. It is with 2 layers of security, unlike Brussels. They have a screening and a check and passengers at the terminal entrance before you get in. And then after you check in, there's another one before you get to the gates. So anybody transiting, for instance, through Ataturk Airport would be behind 2 security barriers and pretty far away from where this attack took place. But that's no consolation if you're one of these dozens of families with victims now. And the question is, where do you put the barrier? Because that becomes the target. At Tel Aviv, for instance, you get checked way before your terminal. In Baghdad, the checkpoints start miles before you get there. And it's a big problem. How do you make travelers more secure without making air travel even more frustrating than it already is? The answer seems to be more intelligence, stop the attacks, and that, of course, as we've seen, is also extremely hard.
Well, I mean, more intelligence brings to mind you have to figure out, carrying this out. Because authorities are already talking about ISIS. But is it too early? Do they have evidence at this point?
Well, the Prime Minister made a very cryptic statement. Early indications are ISIS, and they have carried out attacks all the way from the border to Istanbul in the past year or so. However, there's no blame or responsibility, and that's not confirmed. There's also been an ongoing fight with Kurdish militants from the PKK. They have tended to attack military or police targets, but they have also killed civilians, so they're not being ruled that out.
And important to talk about this for a minute, Peter. I mean, people have heard about the Kurds as being allies with the United States in the fight against ISIS, but you bring up the PKK, which is a Kurdish group that has been considered a terrorist group by the United States and other countries, right?
Yes, absolutely, and it is greatly complicated, the effort to fight ISIS inside northern Syria, for instance, where there are Kurds who are fighting ISIS, which America is very happy to see, and not so happy elsewhere, where they see these people are terrorists, we're going to fight them too. So it's a big problem. Critics think Turkey has been too focused on the Kurds and not enough on ISIS, and I think what we'll be seeing now is whether this latest deadly attack results in any kind of shift in their focus.
Peter, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
That was NPR's Istanbul correspondent Peter Kenyon talking to us about a deadly attack last night at the International Airport in Istanbul. Today, Sotheby's will be auctioning off the largest diamond discovered in over a century. It's a hunk of transparent rock that's about the size of a tennis ball. It was found last fall in a mine in the southern African country of Botswana. Bidding is expected to top $70 million. That's pretty good news for the mine company, which is Canadian. But how about for Botswana and its citizens? There's Marie Eisen.
Nothing could have reached Benghazi because nothing was ever headed to Benghazi. No U.S. military asset was ever deployed to Benghazi despite the order of the Secretary of Defense at 7 o'clock that night. So Washington had access to real-time information, but yet somehow they thought the fighting had subsided. Washington had access to real-time information, but somehow they thought these fighters were going to evacuate, even without the remains of the ambassador. And without asking, how was that evacuation supposed to be effectuated? How were you supposed to get from the annex to the Benghazi airport? Because it took you almost 3 hours to get from the airport to the annex. Who was supposed to take you? So those are the decisions being contemplated and discussed in Washington. And this mistaken belief that there was an evacuation that was imminent without asking the pretty fundamental question of how do you expect us to effectuate this evacuation? Of the 800-page report faults the military for its slow response and resources by clear orders from the president on down. Democrats who released their report Monday to preempt this version say Republicans have been on a political witch hunt against Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton without uncovering anything new. Meanwhile, the State Department has responded to the report. The State Department says it was not a mistake to have the U.S. diplomatic outpost in Benghazi and that it hopes to be back in Libya. The State Department spokesperson Mark Toner said it was important for slain Ambassador Chris Stevens to have a presence in Benghazi during the country's civil war. Look, there was a lot, and I saw the press conference as well.
Benghazi was important. We all know what Libya looked like at that time, post-Civil War, post-conflict. Benghazi was an important outpost during the actual Civil War. Nobody knew that more than Chris Stevens. Nobody believed in the importance of Benghazi more than Chris Stevens did. But his was not the only assessment that Benghazi was important. It was important that we had representation there, and that was why we were there. And you know, it speaks, to be frank here, it speaks to the risk-taking that our diplomats do every day, because we need representation in a given place, and we need our diplomats to go there and to be forward, leading, if you will. We do our best to protect them. We're trying to do a better job at protecting those individuals, but we stand by the fact that we needed our people to be in Benghazi. I want extra time. So you support the president. You would accept more responsibility on the bureaucratic making and security posture. Well, I think we've acknowledged that.
Donor disputing the reports claim that a security team sat on a plane in Spain for 3 hours while team members changed in and out of their uniforms 4 times. He says that at no point did that consideration cause any delay in the deployment of assets. The U.S. left Benghazi after the attack and pulled out of Libya altogether in July of 2014. Well, the Senate is set to begin voting today on a rescue package for debt-stricken Puerto Rico, just 2 days before the island is expected to default on a $2 billion debt payment. The White House backed measure faced some opposition from both sides of the aisle, but party leaders endorsed it. They promised to complete it before the July 1st deadline. Puerto Rico, of course, in a decade-long recession, has $70 billion in debt. The leaders of North America meeting today in the Canadian capital, and they'll be confronting rising economic protectionism and nationalism. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, for the first time, hosting President Obama and Mexican President Enrique Peña Nieto for the North American Leaders Summit. President Obama will also address Canadian Parliament. For the first time in nearly 3 decades, Alaskans may not be getting a check from the government just for living in Alaska. Alaska is facing a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit, possibly putting the annual oil fund wealth checks distributed to nearly every resident on the chopping block. Governor Bill Walker will announce budget vetoes this morning. And there are new signs of optimism about a bipartisan deal among Illinois lawmakers to keep the state operating without a full budget. The legislature meets today for the first time since lawmakers adjourned in May without approving a full-year spending plan, and that's for the second straight year. On Friday, the state's new fiscal year begins. Billions of passport spending will expire, including K-12 education. And former TV judge Joe Brown, not allowed to practice law in Tennessee, at least for now. The commercial appeal is reporting the state Supreme Court has placed Brown on disability inactive status. Production company Celebrity Unity Studios says Brown, suffering from complications from type 2 diabetes and the effects of medication he takes for hypertension and stress. He unsuccessfully ran for Shelby County District Attorney in 2014. Then he was jailed for 5 days last year following an outburst in juvenile court in March of 2014. If you're traveling and can't find us in your area, we stream live at TalkStreamLive.com. You can contact me on Twitter. That's Matt Ray Talk. Use the hashtag AMN. America's Morning News, where the nation's news breaks.
America's Morning News. America's Morning News. We'll be right back.
Where there used to be hair. Help is here. starter kit at cost, simply go to moneymetals.com, type my name Jerry in the radio box. Now is a great time to prepare with precious metals. So go to moneymetals.com and enter my name Jerry in the radio box. Grant this special and you'll get 4 ounces of real silver at their cost. Just visit moneymetals.com, enter my name Jerry, that's Jerry with a J, in the radio box at the top. Do yourself a favor, do it now. If you are being audited by the IRS today, you may not know that you have a serious problem. Auditors are more relentless than ever in demanding taxes that you might not owe. Well, Staples has everything you need at prices you will love, and I'm tax.
Open October 12th through the 16th at Silverado Resort.
The Athens Olympics Phelps.
Buy your tickets today at SafewayOpen.com.
Celebrate 4th of July with Coit at the 30th Annual 4th of July Fireworks Spectacular at Shoreline Amphitheater. Enjoy fun for the entire family, capped off by a breathtaking fireworks display and music by the San Francisco Symphony. Secure your spot today. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. 1 full hour of commercial-free music with less talk while you work. Later today at 8 and 5. Now, another long set of better music for a better day.
So thank you and have a nice day.
Yeah.
On the left you can see the kitchen, and on the right is the grotto.
What was the other tour you mentioned?
Grotto?
The grotto.
Yeah, you walk on the right side 10 minutes, and there is a guided tour inside.
Thank you.
Only 20 euros.
That's nicht one
John and Flash, It's alright. It's alright.
Oh, fuck this. Welcher war das?
Mit den 4 Schlössern drauf.
Hier, oder?
Ja, genau.
Und die nicht.
Nö.
Von den anderen was?
Come on.
But we are on the way out. No, we're not. We're not even supposed to be at that. Come on. So, baby,
Honey, do you want this?
Angaben und 4 Ziele des militärischen Hauptherrmers im Gazastreifen angegriffen, die gleichermaßen, wenn diese in der Regel waren, gleichermaßen näher waren, dieser Angriffe.
In Australien wird heute ein neues Parlament gewählt. Sehr wichtige Wahl. Die Bürgersitz.
Dieser gehen von einem Kopfballverbrennen der konservativ-liberalen Regierungskoalition unter Premier Merkel Turnbull und der Schwarzen Labour-Partei
Italien durch ist, mit Deutschland als Sieger logischerweise, gibt es ab 23 Uhr Room 77 und danach noch einen DJ.
schmeißt seine ruhigen Möbel hinaus und holt seine Volvos Nice ins Haus. Ja, mein, ist dies wirklich. Ich hab meine neue Küche vom Möbelmauer.
59 for 1.5 kilometers.
Spezialist für Privat- und Ferienwohnungen in der Hauptstraße 34 in Gartenstraßenkirchen. Arriba, Biergartensaison bei Mexicana in Oberammergau. Besuchen Sie El Puente. www.elpuente-oberammergau.de. Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag bei Auto und Service. Da erleben Sie Routine ganz neu bei den
bereits beschlossen, 40.000 € zu investieren, um wenigstens einen kleinen Teil der Wandstücke herauszuschneiden und zu stabilisieren. Ob noch mehr Bilder erhalten werden können, hängt jetzt von der Zahl der Spenden ab. Bis Ende des Monats kann gespendet werden. Der Abriss und der anschließende Neubau der Schulgebäude soll im August starten. Murnau ist seit 60 Jahren Bundeswehrstandort. Die Werdenfelser Kaserne öffnet deshalb heute zur Feier dieses Jubiläums ihre Pforten für die Öffentlichkeit. Erstmals werden auch die Diensträume und Musterstufen gezeigt. Der Tag der offenen Tür beginnt in einer halben Stunde und geht bis 17 Uhr in der Werdenfelser Kaserne in Murnau. Das waren die Oberland-Nachrichten. Mehr aus unserer Heimat finden Sie jederzeit auf radio-oberland.de.
Das Wetter.
20 Grad im Chiemgau, noch ist Sonne dabei im Oberland bei 23 bis 26 Grad maximal. Aber das ändert sich im Laufe des Tages. Da zieht nämlich eine Gewitterfront über uns hinweg mit Platzregen. Auch nachts regnet es dann weiter. Morgen wird es dann freundlicher mit um die 20 Grad. Wärmere Temperaturen und ganz viel Sonne bekommen wir am Montag.
Wohlfühlklima garantiert. Mit einer gemütlichen Einrichtung von JMJ Möbel in Murnau. Das JMJ-Team berät, misst, montiert. JMJ, Ihr persönliches Möbelhaus mit Küchenstudio in Murnau. Radio Oberland. Verkehr.
Sie kommen gut durch momentan bei uns auf den Straßen.
Gute Fahrt. 7-mal gute Fahrt wünscht Wittmann und Winterholler. 7-mal in die Halle. Wittmann und Winterholler. Ihr BMW und Minipartner. Zum Beispiel in Flachrand und Weilheim.
2 Blitze haben Sie uns gemeldet auf der B2, einmal Richtung Weilheimhöhe in Wielenbach in der 70er-Zone und dann noch in Oberau Richtung Garmisch-Partenkirchen bei der Abzweigung Ital. Und wenn Sie auch noch was haben, gerne anrufen oder WhatsAppen an die 088 250. Dankeschön dafür. Ihnen weiterhin eine gute und vor allem sichere Fahrt.
Oberland. bei Radio Oberland. Alle sind mit dabei im August beim Chiemsee Summer Festival, also nicht nur aus Deutschland, sondern zum Beispiel auch Limp Bizkit oder Sum 41 sind mit am Start. Für Sänger Stefan Dettel und seine Kollegen von La Brass Banda wird das ja ein Hype-Spiel. Er selbst ist ja Chiemgauer.
Ja, für mich ist das Chiemsee Reggae natürlich fatal, weil ich gehe da am Nachmittag im Idealfall, also wenn wir auf Nacht spielen, so um 10 oder mal, dann gehe ich nachmittags so durchs Festival und ich kenne halt viele Leute, so Späßel von früheren Schulkollegen, und dann jeder möchte bei mir natürlich auch ein Bier trinken. Für mich ist das eine Katastrophe. Also letztes Mal habe ich das schon büßen müssen, weil ich da durchs Festival gegangen bin und habe eine unheimlich schöne Zeit gehabt, aber auf der Bühne war ich dann immer ganz so nüchtern.
Ja, das
deswegen darf er heuer erst auch kurz vor dem Auftritt antanzen und sich erst danach ein Feierabendbier gönnen. Ihm gefällt vor allem die besondere Stimmung am Bayerischen Meer und das schon sehr lange.
Wir sind als kleine Buben, sind wir immer am Acherdamm bei uns, also an der Ache, entlang gefahren mit dem Radl und haben immer so über den Zaun rüber geschaut. Also da hast wirklich mit 8, 9, 10 Jahren hast du immer versucht, irgendeine Band zu erspechten und hast du die Musik gehört und hast dich schon ganz groß gefühlt, du warst schon erwachsen. Und so ist die ganze Region natürlich, lebt es mit.
Auch Sie können mitfeiern. Vom 24. bis 27. August beim Chiemsee Summer Festival. Wir haben Super-Tickets für Sie. Für alle Festivaltage plus Camping und einer exklusiven Backstage-Führung. Was Sie dafür brauchen? Sommer-Sonderurlaub von Ihrem Chef. Und wenn Sie den bekommen, dann soll doch Ihr Chef mal gerne bei uns anrufen. 08821 930 250. Wir drücken die Daumen, dass es klappt.
Servus, liebe Hörer von Radio Oberland. Mein Name ist Stefan Dettel und ich spiele mit Labras Banda beim Chiemsee Summer Festival. Das wird unser einziges Konzert in Deutschland sein in dem Jahr. Wir werden uns brutal freuen, wenn ihr dabei seid. Habe dir.
Fight
dir was?
Ein Angebot des Kellerverlags. Ihr Verlag das örtliche.
Galeria Kaufhof hat aktuelle Saisonware bis zu 50% reduziert. Sparen Sie beim großen Sale. Bis zu 50% reduziert. Jetzt auf galeriakaufhof.de und in Ihrer Galeria Kaufhof. Ich freue mich drauf.
Ich mache mein Tagesgeschäft. Der Kellerverlag, Werbung, die zu mir passt. Websites, Google, Facebook vom Profi. Lassen Sie sich unverbindlich beraten unter kellerverlag.de.
Hallo, hier ist Michael Mahler. Großer Generalumbau bei Möbelmaler in Neu-Ulm. Jetzt in allen Abteilungen bis zu 70% Umbaurabatt.
Hallo, wie war dein Tag? Naja, heute Morgen war Stau. In der Stadt habe ich nur eine super enge Parklücke gefunden und bin dann vollgepackt mit unserem Wocheneinkauf zum Auto gewankt.
Ach du Armer.
Das war genial.
Routine neu erleben. Der neue Seat Ateca mit Stau- und Parklink-Assistent, sensorgesteuerter Heckklappe und vielem mehr. Kommen Sie zur Deutschlandpremiere des neuen SUV von Seat am 2. Juli bei Ihrem Seat-Partner.
Seat.
Hier bei Radio Oberland und ich finde, wir haben jetzt lange genug drauf hingefiebert. Die deutsche Fußballelf spielt am Abend im EM-Viertelfinale gegen den großen Rivalen aus Italien. Noch nie haben wir in einem Turnier gegen unseren Angstgegner gewonnen. Wie wird es ausgehen? Was meinen Sie?
Entweder muss in die Verlängerung gehen oder im Elfmeterschießen. Und Tore, Hummels, wer schon Tor gegen die gemacht?
2:1. Ich denke, dass Müller und Gomez oder so ein Tor schießt, weil die einer der besten sind, finde ich.
1-0 für Deutschland. Gomez 2, Müller sind gerade gut drauf.
Und eines kann ich Ihnen jetzt schon mal sagen. Nach dem Spiel
Polizei hatte ein Restaurant in der Hauptstadt Dhaka gestürmt, in dem sich seit dem Abend die Terroristen mit ihren Geiseln verschanzt hatten. Die ganze Nacht lang hatten sich die 8 schwer bewaffneten Attentäter Schusswechsel mit der Polizei geliefert. Aus dem Restaurant waren Explosionen zu hören. Bangladeschs Premierministerin Sheikh Hasina sagte, dass Geiseln verletzt gerettet werden konnten. Sie sind nun im Krankenhaus. Offen bleibt die Frage, wer hinter dem Anschlag steckt. Die Terrormiliz Islamischer Staat hat sich dazu bekannt, aber Experten sagen, dass Al-Qaida eigentlich aktiver ist in Bangladesch. Zum Geiseldrama in Bangladesch, Christine Röhrs. Auch in Serbien hat es eine tödliche Schießerei in einem Café gegeben. Möglicherweise handelt es sich um eine Beziehungstat. Der Schütze tötete erst seine Frau und schoss dann um sich. Dabei kamen weitere 4 Menschen ums Leben, 20 wurden verletzt. Nach dem Abgasskandal bei VW will Bundesverbraucherminister Maas bessere Informationen für Autokäufer über die Schadstofftechnik. Volle Transparenz für die Kunden ist beim Thema Abgasreinigung sicherlich nicht ausreichend der Fall gewesen. Nicht nur bei VW, sagte Maas, das wird sich ändern müssen. Bei Untersuchungen des Kraftfahrtbundesamtes im Zuge der Affäre waren auch bei anderen Automarken ungewöhnliche Werte aufgefallen. Zum Teil schaltete sich die Abgasreinigung bei bestimmten Temperaturen ab. Beim Besuch von Vizekanzler Gabriel in Griechenland ist es offenbar zu einem Eklat gekommen zwischen dem CSU-Politiker Ramsauer, der mitgereist war, und einem griechischen Fotografen, soll es im Pulk von Reportern zu einer kurzen Rangelei gekommen sein. Daraufhin soll Ramsauer gesagt haben, fass mich nicht an, du dreckiger Grieche. In griechischen Medien wird der Vorfall groß diskutiert. Ramsauer selbst weist die Vorwürfe zurück. Die deutsche Fußballnationalmannschaft will bei der EM in Frankreich eine Negativserie beenden und ins Halbfinale einziehen. Noch nie glückte bei einem Turnier ein Sieg gegen Italien. Das soll sich heute Abend ab 21 Uhr im Viertelfinale in Bordeaux ändern. Gestern hatte überraschend Wales sein Viertelfinale mit 3:1 gegen Belgien gewonnen. In Frankreich startet heute ein weiteres sportliches Großereignis. Die Tour de France beginnt. 200 Radprofis legen in 21 Etappen rund 3500 Kilometern zurück. Am Start sind auch 12 deutsche Radprofis. Es ist gleich 11 Uhr und 3 Minuten.
Das Wetter.
19 Grad in Graswein. Ja, ein Mix aus Sonne und Wolken, und die Sonne, die bleibt ihnen am längsten Richtung Starnberger See und auch Ostersee erhalten. Am Nachmittag, da überquert uns nämlich eine Gewitterfront mit starken Böen und auch Platzregen. Nach einer regnerischen Nacht setzt sich dann morgen langsam wieder die Sonne durch. Dazu sind es und etwas über 20 Grad. Die neue Woche startet dann mit viel Sonne und sommerlich warmen Temperaturen.
Immer kurz Klima in die eigenen 4 Wände mit der gemütlichen Einrichtung vom Möbelmarkt. aber nicht ganz so einfach. Die ganz billigen Überspannungsschutzsteckdosen für 10 oder 20 Euro, die bringen überhaupt nichts. Da musst du schon mindestens so 75, 100, 200 Euro ausgeben. Da bekommst du Steckerleisten, die die Geräte zumindest gegen indirekten Blitzschlag schützen. Das sind also Blitze, die nicht direkt ins Haus, sondern irgendwo in der Umgebung reinschlagen. Wenn du es noch etwas sicherer haben willst, dann musst du dann den Elektriker beauftragen. Der kann eine Blitzschutzanlage in den Sicherungen, bietet keinen 100%igen Schutz.
Also hilft tatsächlich nur wirklich Stecker aus der Steckdose ziehen. Aber Achtung dabei, das ist nicht so toll beim Gefrierschrank oder bei der Waschmaschine, da dann der Überlaufschutz nicht mehr funktioniert.
Radio Oberland. So schön kann das Wochenende sein.
so weitergehen. Tolle Nummer von Roxy Music. More than this.
Bei der EM von Auto und Service gibt es nur Gewinner. Gehen Sie taktisch vor. Entscheiden Sie sich bis zum EM-Finale zum Kauf eines neuen oder gebrauchten Lagerfahrzeugs bei Auto und Service. Drehen Sie am Glücksrad und gewinnen Sie zusätzlich wertvolle Sach- oder Geldpreise. Bis zu 5.000 Euro. Jeder Dreh gewinnt. Noch bis 10. Juli bei Auto und Service in Weinheim, Penzberg und Landsberg. Fußball-EM, Tour de France, Olympische Spiele. Diesen Sommer dreht sich alles um den Sport. Auch bei uns. Inserieren Sie jetzt in der Fundgrube von Münchner, Merkur und TZ und profitieren Sie von unschlagbaren Sportsommerangeboten für Ihre Anzeige. Die Fundgrube, jeden Samstag. Anzeigenannahme 089 53 06 222 oder merkurtz.de. Nur bis Dienstag bei Reno. 30% auf alle Schuhe und Taschen von Tamaris und Venturini. 30%. Reno, die behalte ich gleich an.
Respekt, ihr Selbermacher. Heute ist es soweit. Wir möchten mit Ihnen feiern. Mit tollen Aktionen und Angeboten. Zum Beispiel Wäschespinne Linomatic 500 Deluxe von Lifehide. Statt 169,99 nur 99,99 €. Nur heute in Ihrem Tom-Baumarkt, solange der Vorrat reicht. Feiern Sie mit Tom. Respekt, wer es selber macht.
Kaufland schenkt Ihnen Zeit. Mehr Zeit für den Wochenendeinkauf. Bei Kaufland gibt's schon ab Donnerstag spektakuläre Angebote fürs Wochenende. Zum Beispiel Barilla Teigwaren. Verschiedene Sorten, je 500 Gramm Packung auf 75 Cent. Und Nutella. Das 1000 Gramm Glas nur 3,69 €. Kaufland. Hier bin ich richtig.
Heiße Marken zu coolen Preisen im Sommerschlussverkauf bei Karstadt. Lacoste Polo-Shirts, verschiedene Farben. Statt 69,95 € jetzt für nur 49,99 €. Solange der Vorrat reicht. Bei Karstadt und karstadt.de.
Okay, Männer. Heute geht's gegen den dritten der Liga.
Den zweiten.
Den zweiten, klar. Die haben diese Saison schon 52 Tore gemacht.
54.
54, genau. Sie müssen ihren Mittelstürmer in den Griff kriegen. Diesen Brasilianer.
Argentinier.
Wie auch immer. Haut die weg, die Weißen.
Die Roten.
Wenn Sie besser informiert sein wollen, die All-Star-Sondermodelle mit optionalem App-Connect, vielen weiteren Extras sowie rundum-Sorglos-Garantie mit bis zu 3.900 € Preisvorteil und 5 Jahren Garantie. Jetzt neu mit besonders attraktiver Finanzierung bei Ihrem Volkswagen-Partner.
Hallo, hier ist Michael Mahler. Großer Generalumbau bei Möbel Mahler in Neu-Ulm. Jetzt in allen Abteilungen bis zu 70% Umbaurabatt.
unter den Geiseln gewesen sein, auch ein Japaner und 2 Sri Lanka, Deutsche wohl nicht, sagt das Auswärtige Amt zunächst. Auch die Angreifer sind nun tot, bis auf einen, der gefangen genommen wurde. Von ihm erhofft sich die Polizei nun mehr Informationen über die Motive der Männer. Zum Geiseldrama in Bangladesch, Christine Röhrs.
Und in Serbien sind bei einer Schießerei 5 Menschen getötet worden, rund 22 weitere wurden verletzt. Das berichtet das Staatsfernsehen. Ein 38-Jähriger stürmte demnach in ein Café, tötete seine frühere Ehefrau und schoss um sich. Außerdem seien eine Begleiterin der Frau und 3 Minderjährige ums Leben gekommen. Nach ersten Erkenntnissen sollen Beziehungsprobleme das Motiv gewesen sein. Nach den Terroranschlägen an den Flughäfen von Brüssel und Istanbul soll das Sicherheitspersonal an deutschen Flughäfen aufgestockt werden. Das sagte der Hauptgeschäftsführer des Flughafenverbands Weisel der Heilbronner Stimme. Neben einer Erhöhung der Sicherheitskräfte in Uniform und in Zivil kündigte er einen verstärkten Einsatz von Spezialisten an, die in Flughäfen besondere Verhaltensmuster von Menschen in Terminals erkennen sollen. Mehrere tausend Demonstranten haben bei einem Marsch durch London gegen das britische Brexit-Votum protestiert. Mindestens 2000 bis 3000 zumeist junge Leute seien auf den Straßen, schätzte eine BBC-Reporterin. Die Veranstalter fordern, das britische Parlament solle das Votum des EU-Referendums aus der vergangenen Woche aufheben. In Zukunft Großbritanniens Siege in der Europäischen Union. Unterdessen haben bereits über 4 Millionen Briten eine Online-Petition für ein zweites Referendum unterschrieben. Die deutsche Fußballnationalmannschaft hat mit den letzten Vorbereitungen auf das EM-Viertelfinale gegen Italien begonnen. So war unter anderem Anschwitzen angesagt. Gegen die Italiener soll heute Abend erstmals ein Sieg bei einem Turnier gelingen. Festgelegt wurde bereits die Spielkleidung und es geht klassisch zur Sache. Deutschland spielt in weißen Trikots und schwarzen Hosen, die Squadra Azzurra in blauen Trikots und weißen Shorts. Anstoß in Bordeaux ist um 21 Uhr. Es ist gleich 15 Uhr und 3 Minuten.
Nach wie vor sind Regenwolken zu
Convert 150 kph. So your car's a Camry, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm shopping for a new car. Camry's definitely on the list.
The new ones are nice.
I'll tell you what though, you know the new Hyundai Sonata has an Android control panel. And I watched a demo of it last night. It's really, really cool. I mean, it incorporates all your apps and all your Google functionality and everything into the car, you know, and it's all hands-free. It's really, I thought Toyota had a great interface for the phone, but this thing is 10 times more advanced, 100 times more advanced. I didn't even know it was on there, you know, because I like the rear view camera that the Toyotas have, and on the Hyundais are like, you know, well, they got that, but a lot more. Have you seen it?
No.
It's called like Android Auto or something. Like it's got like a little brand name that.
Is that like the high-end model?
No, the base one has it.
Even the base one?
Yeah. Yep. See, but the Hyundais, like the Toyotas, have 7 or 8 different levels of camera.
Yeah.
Right. And you can get one for, you know, 18,000, or you can get one for 48,000. They're all Camrys. Or then if you graduate to like a Avalon or even a Lexus, then it gets even better. But it's still basically the same car. Hyundais only have like 2.
Yeah.
They have a entry level, which has a lot of stuff on it. Then they have a high end, which has a lot of stuff on it, a lot more.
Like the Chevy one that has the iPhone interface on the back.
Yes, I've seen I saw one advertised for Volvo today that has the iPhone. You know, yes, and it's the iPhone in your car basically. But I didn't realize that Android was as popular as it is. It's like 4 out of 5 phones globally use the Android software.
Yeah.
Only 20% are iPhones, which. So it's going to have to, if they're going to start building them into cars the way they just started doing, then it's going to be a big deal. At some point, they're going to have to offer either one.
Oh yeah, like both options.
Yep. Because the iPhone people are going to be insistent that you can get there. You know, even though 80% of the phones are Android, I think they're going to be available probably more on more cars. But yeah, the car makers would be smart to license them both, or allow you to use both. Not just one.
Are you returning this car, or are you trading in your Kia?
This one's leased, so I have another year to go on this lease, and the 4-door Kia would be the one to go. Which is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that car. It only has 20,000 miles on it. Yeah, it's in perfect condition and all that, but it still has a lot of value to it, and it's low mileage. It's a desirable used car, basically, and a couple of years of warranty left on it still too.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never buy a car that I had to finance that didn't have a warranty.
Oh yeah.
You know, even those third-party warranties are kind of crap. You know what I mean? So it's better to have the manufacturer's warranty. First car I ever bought that I took a loan on, I bought a third-party warranty. Luckily, it was a great car, so I never needed it, you know. But I remember once calling, I needed something done on that car, and it was a pain in the ass to use that third-party warranty. You know, you have to go to a certain special shop, and you know, it's like, no, it's
they choose the shop for you?
Yep. It's kind of like a HMO network, you know, where they can only go to certain ones, and they only do certain things, and it's definitely not a bumper-to-bumper like factory warranty. Even the bumper-to-bumper warranties have limits and restrictions, but generally, if you take it to the dealer and it's covered under their warranty, it's going to get fixed for free. They're not going to dick around. They don't have deductibles, and
Subsidy. Wall Street, the Dow down 132 points this afternoon. Nasdaq losing 46. S&P 500 down 17. Check of the afternoon, commute at 5:32. Here's Mark Olstein.
And no traffic accidents in the Fresno area. We do have one out at Clovis at Temperance and Barstow. A
non-entry accident going on there. Slow traffic on southbound 41 between Sierra and Gettysburg at this time. We have some heavy traffic around 41 at the 180 and also westbound 180 out to 99. Down in the city of Tulare, northbound 99 at J Street, 2-car non-entry in the center divide. And a couple of accidents up at Merced County, really slowing things down north of downtown Merced. Southbound 99 at Applegate, a 3-car injury accident in the center divide, and the other one is Buhack Road and southbound 99, that's a 2-car non-injury. And we have slow traffic in Madera now, southbound 99 between Cleveland Avenue and Avenue 13. I'm Mark Holtby, KMJ, right now traffic.
Our valley cooling trend continues into the work week. For tonight, clear, breezy, and cooler, 58 the overnight low. For your Tuesday, sunny and pleasant with a high of 86. Sunny and 82 degrees on Wednesday afternoon. From the KMJ Weather Center, I'm KPH Fox 26 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Raymer.
Right now, Northwest Fresno, 92 degrees. News on the hour, on the half and when it breaks. I'm Aaron Abatia, News Talk 580, 1059, KMJ. Breaking news now, on air and streaming live at KMJNow.com.
This was an act of terror and an act of hate.
After an hours-long hostage standoff, he was killed.
You have 50 bodies inside the club. On top of that, you have a massive crime scene.
He was a person filled with hate.
When the big stories break, we're on it. News Talk 580, 1059, KMJ. Radio, the most successful advertising media member on planet Earth. It's a fact. You see, in radio, we have to say words, and in turn, those words create a picture in your mind. But I'm going to cheat. I'm going to send you to a website so you can see the pretty pictures yourself. Click mycreativestyle.com. mycreativestyle.com. Right there, in the comfort of your own home or office, you can take a virtual tour of Creative Style. The only thing missing from that website is the floor. They did for me in my kitchen, but I bet that can be arranged. A few years back, I did an $80,000 extension and remake and remodel of my master bedroom in a home I once owned. I needed about 5 different types of tile. I needed rock. Yeah, I needed marble. The list was long, and I thought, oh God, this is going to take forever. Everything on that list was a Creative Tile. One stop, and I was finished. So whether you walk on it, look at it, lean on it, or swim in it, they have everything you need. Creative Tile, right behind BMW of Fresno, just off Palm.
When I get my hair cut at Supercut, they pay attention to every detail. Cut, lines, the hot towel finish. So I feel sharp, clean, and ready to go do whatever. And then whenever I'm not feeling ready, I just stop back in, and I'm ready to go again.
Find a Supercut near you at supercuts.com. Chris Daniel is on KMJ.
What I was suggesting, you are absolutely right that John McCain has not talked about my Muslim faith, and you're absolutely right that that is not my Christian faith. My Muslim faith. My Christian faith. What? My Muslim faith. My Christian faith. My Muslim faith. That is not my Christian faith. What? My Christian faith. My Muslim faith.
Oh my God, what's going on?
My Muslim Christian faith.
Chris Daniel. I see something or just stand there and breathe at it.
The caller for figuring out the reason for me to play that one more time. That sucker's 8 years old. And still Ace's favorite. 536, News Talk 580, 1059, KMJ, back to calls to go. A couple of tweets here first. Our line is 490-5858, and on Twitter at Chris Daniel Show. Tracy, thank you for the compliment. She said, I'm very disappointed in our agencies. Ultimately, outside-the-box thinking and following patterns will save us. I don't think it's outside the box to say, take the power and might of the United States and her will when she chooses to exert it and blow these people away. And eventually, the malcontents will no longer have anybody feeding them. If you don't think that this guy was handled by somebody, you're completely naive. There was a handler, a confidant, an activator, something. Somebody was contacted. And that's why the stuff coming out of Obama's mouth is trash right now. Homegrown terrorism. No. The man was a United States citizen. That's all that was. This goes beyond borders. If for nothing else, you don't agree with anything. Internet. What is the border of the internet? Think people aren't radicalized to the internet? The dark web? The Twitter?
Realtor Fresno Michelle says the FBI failed, the DOJ failed, the president failed. All needs to change now. The father is a threat too. I hope they are on it. Yeah, and I think they're going to pretty heavy microscopic examination of the dad. If you don't know, he has a radio talk show. It's an Afghani radio talk show in Southern California, and very pro-Taliban, very anti-Pakistan. I forget the source I read it in because I was going, they're making it sound pretty friendly. I'm wondering what this actually is. But he's had it for a long, long time. So, I mean, there's a guy active. That's not homegrown. He's from Afghanistan. He's Pushtun. Yeah. 490-5858. On the road. RC, what's up?
Hey, Chris, way to keep the wheels on without the big guy today.
A couple of the spokes are starting to fray a little bit, but I'm doing all right.
Hey, Chris, you know the Barack...
Oh, Richard.
And now they're attempting to weaken our, public, by taking away our arms. And they'll use this every event they can, these shootings to do so. Sowing sensitivity.
No question. I mean, it's the fault is always ours. How in the world can we have any fault in this one? Oh, that's right. We own guns. So we're just like Omar Martin, excuse me.
But we have people that are absolutely hate us, and they're trying to kill us, and it's our fault. It's ridiculous. And you know what? I think that he's done more damage to our country than any enemy country could ever do, and I think that the evidence of this stuff hasn't even come to fruition. Well, Hillary gets in there.
And what I'm waiting for, RC, is, I mean, I don't think we'll ever truly know, although I'd like to, is the damage possibly done to the intelligence communities like you opened with, because that takes longer to do, and hopefully that's recoverable. But with the Hillary following, I don't know. She's a secret keeper. Secret keepers don't like intelligence.
Yeah, it's a very scary time for our country, and we need to do everything we can to keep our guys. That's the bottom line.
Bottom line. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. 490-5858. Let me see here. That is the coolest name I have seen in a year. Is it Deucalion? It is, sir. That is a great name. Thank you. You should name your Falcon that.
He is named that. I have two things, sir.
Yeah.
Number one, I think we ought to create a Muslim militia. All Muslims in the United States.
Recalling the agony of your delivery.
Hey, Silky.
Get a visit from you on Mother's Day.
Yeah, come on, I'm taking care of a few things here, that's all.
Well, of course.
What is it, Silky? What is it, Silky? Just want some water. We gotta clean it.
That's what they think. They don't know that they're lying about it. And they don't ever assume their president lies to them unless he's a Republican. They never assume it. And if they find out their president lied to them, he had to off to develop every fact we could.
to tell the American people everything we could possibly glean, and we have been obstructed.
It's morally reprehensible if they found no wrongdoing. That's their story, that's their narrative, and they're sticking to it. Rush Limbaugh, because this will do on the EIB network.
Okay, Silky, we'll see you in a couple of days, all right? Okay, bye, buddy. Bye, Oak. Bye, Daisy. Bye, Crazy Daisy. Bye.
Again for the return of waterboarding in the battle against ISIS. He told a rally in Ohio, quote, "You have to fight fire with fire." Hillary Clinton said the attacks are, quote, "a reminder that the United States cannot retreat." The leaders of Canada, the U.S., and Mexico face rising economic protectionism as they meet today in the Canadian capital. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is hosting President Obama and Mexican President Enrique Peña Nieto for the North American Leaders Summit. The meeting comes a day after Donald Trump blamed globalization for the loss of millions of manufacturing jobs and threatened to extricate the U.S. from NAFTA and the proposed TPP. It also comes less Toyota says it's not aware of any fatalities or injuries related to the new one. It affects the Prius Hybrid, Prius Plug-in, and the Lexus CT200. They were built between October of 2008 and April of 2012. Toyota says there's a small crack in some of the airbag inflators. America's Morning News. He's a former Major League Baseball pitcher, also the author of several fine books, including his latest, The Touch of Gray, now available at Amazon.com and also available at LouVickerybooks.com. That's where you can get your own autographed copy. Hey, Lou, how are you on this Wednesday morning?
Well, man, I am absolutely saddened by the death of Pat Summitt and Ray Ryan. Pat Summitt, the great coach at Tennessee, 30 years being a guest bench coach with the Tennessee Volunteers in 1989 in a game against Louisiana Tech, and I was there to I did a seminar at the University of Tennessee, and Pat Summitt invited me to be a bench coach. I sat right behind her. Quite an experience, I must tell you, particularly at halftime when her team was down. I mean, she let those young ladies have a piece of her mind. But it was a great occasion and certainly an unbelievable career. To put in perspective, you have to coach 36 years to win 30 games to win that. She's coached 38. So she got close to 30 victories a season.
From the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, dedicated to the belief that all lives have equal value, and working with partners to help envision a world where every person has the opportunity to live a healthy, productive life at gatesfoundation.org. I'm from the
attack last night at an international airport in Istanbul. According to the Istanbul governor's office, more than 40 people were killed, well more than 200 wounded. Our colleague based in Istanbul, Peter Kenyon, is on the line. Peter, good morning.
Good morning, David.
So I should say you are in London, where you've been covering the EU referendum, which is a reminder that you travel all the time in your job, and you probably know that airport in Istanbul really well.
I do. I've racked up many miles from that airport, but on some of those details, most of the victims were Turks, but early reports say a Ukrainian and an Iranian among the fatalities, and Saudis among the wounded.
I mean, we've sadly covered attacks at airports before. I think back to Brussels back in March, and the bomber actually walked right into the terminal. I mean, is it similar here, or what is security like in Istanbul, and what might explain this?
The security is better at a Turk airport. It is with 2 layers of security, unlike Brussels. They have a screening and a check at passengers at the terminal entrance before you get in, and then after you check in, there's another one before you get to the gates. So anybody transiting, for instance, through Ataturk Airport would be behind 2 security barriers and pretty far away from where this attack took place. But that's no consolation if you're one of these dozens of families with victims now. And the question is, where do you put the barrier? Because that becomes the target. At Tel Aviv, for instance, you get checked way before their terminal. In Baghdad, the checkpoints start miles before you get there.
America's Morning News. We'll be right back. Stimulate hair growth right at the roots. Don't think you have the time to deal with hair loss treatments? Think again. The Laser Band provides the fastest laser treatment for hair loss available. Use it for as little as 90 seconds 3 times a week and experience new hair growth with increased density and fullness. It's clinically proven, FDA cleared, and backed with a 5-month money-back guarantee. So, you've got nothing to lose and a whole lot of hair to gain. Order today at hairmax.com or by calling 1-800-9-REGROW. That's 1-800-973-4769 or order online at hairmax.com. Again, that's 1-800-973-4769. So what happens if the ATMs go out or the economy breaks down? Can't happen, right? Yeah, well, tell that to the folks that went through Hurricane Katrina or Superstorm Sandy or the hyperinflation in Ukraine and Zimbabwe. We all should have on hand some precious metal, at least for barter, for survival, or just for basic financial insurance. Now, the #1 precious metals dealer in America, moneymetals.com, wants to send you
Safeway Open, October 12th through the 16th at Silverado Resort.
The Athens Olympics, Phelps.
Buy your tickets today at SafewayOpen.com.
Celebrate Ford's on sale now at LiveNation.com. 1 full hour of commercial-free music with less talk while you work. Later today at 8 and 5. Now, another long set of better music for a better day.
Driving in, I've
Life is trying to take it.
Well, what do you? I mean, that's not their fault that the city is repaving the road out front. You know, I mean, that's just not cool. War zone. Yeah, whatever. Bye, Mariana. Enjoy your meeting. Nope, it's better today. It's really nice today, actually.
Then stick by you to help make sure it stays on track. The mutual fund store makes it easy to start with a free portfolio review and retirement guide. Get yours at mutualfundstore.com. Hi, I'm Kevin Logan.
I like to make notes sometimes. Sky.
I'm a what?
$101, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Modern country to build what we consider interstate highways. They did it before we did. They built them in the 30s. But yeah, their interstates don't have speed limits. And they're only 2 lanes. I mean, 2 lanes on each side, so you better be in the right lane. Because if you're in the left lane, well, if you're in the left lane, that's where it is, yeah. It's called like Android Auto or something. Like it's got like a little brand name. That
is that like the high-end model?
No, the base one has it.
Even the base one?
Yeah, yeah. See, but the Hyundais, like the Toyotas, have 7 or 8 different levels of camera.
Yeah.
Right, and you can get one for 18,000, or you can get one for 48,000. They're all Camrys. Or then if you graduate to like a Avalon. First car I ever bought that I took a loan on, I bought a third-party warranty. And luckily, it was a great car, so I never needed it, you know.
So far away.
Wait, what?
Just text Nation tonight.
You've been dreaming of getting one for months.
I can double park
that dream's
here, right?
about to come true. There's never been a better time to get the iPhone you love and the network that will make you love it even more. Verizon. Because the only thing better than getting the fastest iPhone
Okay, sir. So your bag check all the way to Munich. This is Munich's boarding card, and this one is Amsterdam. Okay. And I'll put the luggage receipt on the back of Munich's boarding card.
Great.
And the business lounge is after security, first left.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Scale up now our passengers, traveling in with solo members and expecting these members. May for their convenience, on the left hand side of the boarding.
This will serve as the convenience final boarding announcement for January flight number 906. Service to New York City in the airport. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As aircraft doors will be closed downstairs. Check the luggage. The needed final boarding announcement for January flight number 7. Service to New York Kennedy Airport.
Thank you, sir.
The onboard aircraft.
Duty free pickup. afstand zal 9 uur en 50 minuten dragen.
Authentic Royal Delft pottery. We would like to explain the safety information on board of your KLM flight, the divine art of Delft brew. Please pay attention to every detail. For your safety, make sure your carry-on luggage is stowed during taxi, takeoff and landing. Small electronic devices may be used several times. When setting airplane mode, please secure and use the seatbelt, just lift the buckle. If there is a sudden decrease in cabin pressure, your oxygen mask will... When you're outside the aircraft, inflate your life vest by pulling the red tag. The life vest can be refilled using the mouthpiece.
Boordje C13. Passagier Burggraaf, reizen naar Pisa. Zo spoedig mogelijk aan boord verkeerd C13. Mrs. Marta Blackstock, traveling from Dublin to Italy. Please contact the KLM ticket office at the transfer desk 4. Mrs. Marta Blackstock, traveling from Dublin to Italy. To the KLM ticket office at transfer desk 4, please.
Uw aandacht voor een gatewijziging. KLM, Aerolíneas Argentinas, Alitalia, Delta Airlines, Go, Intelligent Airlines en CNN Air naar Hamburg. Vertrektijd 13:25. Zal nu vertrekken van gate B32.
Oh, meneer.
I haven't been drinking, really. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, goodbye. Bye.
Що случилось? Хочу звонить в 10 часов вечера.
Так, точно!
А что ты так поздно?
Так, точно!
Ну, я буду знать тогда.
Вы еще мне, почему вы не вышли?
Saya sekarang di Kulon.
Больше не выноси, пожалуйста. Это вам ушук.
Хватит носить, что не могу сказать.
Ника. Ника.
Мам, покажи, на самом деле, телефон сколько часов? Покажи, а? Один, 7, 1, 7, 5. И тут это.
direction of the city. Please exit the train on the right.
What?
Nächster Halt, Donnersberger Brücke. Umstieg zu
This looks good. Very nice, very nice. And some treats. Beautiful, beautiful.
Ja, das erste, oder? Ich sag dir
Nächste Haltestelle, die Wollstraße.
I'd like a pizza, please, delivered to Central Munich. Craving something, I don't know if it's pizza or not. Considering the sights I saw on the train right in here, I think I got a pretty good idea of what I'd like. I think you might enjoy the later housing, but he's a little rotund for my taste. And there are sweets for this week. There's a big tray of bonbons waiting for me, although I didn't. I just dropped my bags and split. So, yeah, the 787 was really a magnificent airplane. Wow, that was very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, you've got a slight cold. I don't feel bad. Anyway.
Das ist mein Freund,
Youth construction works in tram 17 suspended between Shepherd Station
ver los patos ahí, ven. Vamos.
Where's the Olympic Stadium?
Down there. There's a lot of them.
See it? Over that white thing? That's a different stadium. I think the Olympic Stadium's probably over there. From New Jersey.
My grandparents are from
you speak English. Where are you from? Germany? California.
We're in California.
San Francisco.
Nice.
I lived in New Jersey.
Where'd you live in Jersey?
Bloomfield.
Okay. I went to college then.
Oh yeah?
That'd be so cool.
Yeah, no, sorry. This is kind of sketched out too.
You're sketched out from this?
But when you're on the edge,
literally. I would even climb outside and just hang out from the outside, but it's still be real. Why not? You have a really cool about it. He's not at all.
Well, it's a second language for all the countries here, so it's like the backup language if you don't speak.
It's not like German or
Portuguese, you're going to speak English. If you don't speak, Czech, you're going to speak English. So they
might miss room check though.
What?
Might be back a little late for the thing.
2.5 hours.
Both ways, plus if we're in the city.
Connor, will you do a panorama for me? No? Thanks.
Sorry, I can't. I really don't. I mean,
Dan, don't you have your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I can't do it right here.
Why? I mean, if you hand me your phone, I can try.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, no, I'll just do it later.
I can't do it on my phone. I can't do it. I don't have a story.
I was going to give you my phone. not bad.
Yeah.
Did you hear me at the
Okay? Good. You think it's easier to go up?
Yeah, for some reason I feel like that.
Oh no, wait. Dylan, come back. There's no space here. This is narrow.
Stand there.
Yeah. How are we gonna go? Go as quickly as you can, so before somebody else comes up.
durch, Leute, wir gehen alle durch!
Ich will nicht festhalten!
Doch, musst du!
Hey Maxi, was machst du?
Maxi! Was macht ihr? Oh, Maxi! Oh!
Ah, mein Ohr! Nein, Leute, ich aus dem Raum!
Können wir? Maxi! Oh, wir gehen außen rum! Helena! Helena!
What's happening?
See that right here? You see the red wire?
Yeah.
That's what you grab. And then slide over all the way to the
Einfach festhalten und dann raus mit hoch. Geh den anderen nach.
Ja, aber er hat ja keine Hände.
Ja, Junge! Komm jetzt! Also das kommt hier auch auf. Komm weg! Komm! Komm, weiter, weiter, weiter! Komm, weiter! In der Tram in der Oberstadt stand Gewitter auf. Das ist so echt noch. Copyright. Trademark. Sonst was. Daniel, ich hab's gemacht.
Wow.
Das muss mir gar nichts ist. Ja. Also, dass ich nicht kann, ist vom Autofahren nächsten Tag. Das war schlecht. Ansonsten habe ich nicht viele Probleme.
Stop. Karlsplatz, das darf nicht vergessen. Deshalb versuche ich irgendwie im Zug immer nur mit einem einzigen Gepäckstück zu reisen.
Deswegen hätte ich gedacht, da bin ich dabei. Aber das sind
aber
aber
jetzt
zwei
noch eine Zone oder seine zwei Zonen extra, da kassieren sie wirklich nach. Das ist
warum sind immer zwei Strafen extra?
Ja. Also wirklich zwei Mönche in Zug zu verlassen.
Das sind zwei. Ja, das ist es ja, würde ich sagen, das ist eine Unverschämte, statt dass die Vorsicht das mit öffentlich was ist. Ja, das verstehe ich nicht eigentlich.
Light here for the Deutsches Museum. Please exit the train on the left.
Das kostet mittlerweile das Tagesticket, das kostet glaube ich 16 Euro.
Komische Rechnung, ja. Das schon für zwei Leute dann das Bayern-Ticket.
Deswegen ist es immer wichtig,
wo das Geld zunächst mal die Bundesbahn geht.
Ja.
Wird natürlich einen Rahmenvertrag geben, nachdem ein gewisser Prozentsatz dann auch nach München fließt.
burgers for the rest of your life. The burger chain in Australia is now offering people the chance to get a lifetime supply of burgers. All you have to do is to officially change your last name to Burger. Yeah.
Nehmen. Aber warum? What are you gonna do? It's just a piece of carbon. What are you gonna do with it?
Die Geiselnahme wurde für beendet erklärt. Sandra Petersmann.
Der Anschlagsort ist weiträumig abgeriegelt. Mehrere hundert Soldaten und Polizisten sind im Einsatz, um die Gegend abzusuchen. Die Stürmung durch Spezialkräfte der Armee und der Polizei begann heute Morgen, nach fast 12 quälend langen Stunden, in denen sich die mindestens 8 Angreifer
nach der nächsten Nationalratswahl und da ist die Kompatibilität
CO2 aus als jedes andere Land. Ursache ist die Kohleförderung. Kohle ist mit Erlösen von 38 Milliarden Dollar jährlich nach Eisenerz das zweitwichtigste Exportprodukt.
Holger Senzel zur heutigen Parlamentswahl in Australien. An einem Tag, an dem sich fast alles um Fußball dreht.
Hans gleicht den Strom unter die letzten 4 und trifft am Mittwoch im Halbfinale auf Portugal. Dabei hatte Belgien früh 1:0 geführt, aber Wales drehte durch Tore von Williams, Robson, Canu und Vokes das Spiel und versetzte.
Jetzt ein Kulthit.
Radio Oberland.
Sonne und sommerlichen Temperaturen.
Immer kurz Klima in die eigenen 4 Wände. Mit der gemütlichen Einrichtung von Möbelhauer. Möbelhauer ist Ihr Spezialist für Küchen und Möbel.
Radio Oberland, schönen guten Morgen Ihnen. Let's move and get it on. You got the healing power. We got this king size to ourselves. Don't have to share with no one else. Ganz neu bei Radio Oberland mit I'm Not Famous.
Bildung ist Zukunft. Unter diesem Motto gibt es am 6. Juli den ersten Bildungstag.
Walter Pritschko. Servus.
Nossa, nossa, assim você me mata. Ai, se eu te pego, ai, ai, se eu te pego, ai, delícia, delícia, assim você me mata. Ai, se eu te pego, ai, ai, se eu te pego, hein? Come with me. It's okay, as long as I got you, baby. Your love is my love, and my love is your love, baby. It would take an eternity to break us. If I'm a star, couldn't hold us. Your love is my love, and my love is your love. It would take an eternity to break us.
Weil ich gehe da am Nachmittag im Idealfall, also wenn wir auf Nacht spielen, so um 10 oder mal, dann wirklich mit 8, 9, 10 Jahren hast du immer versucht, irgendeine Band zu erspechten. Servus, liebe Hörer von der Radio Oberland. Mein Name ist Stefan Dettel und ich spiele mit Labras Banda beim Chiemsee Summer Festival. Das wird
Take it to the store, so you won't forget the groceries anymore. There's a rifle in the cabinet that I used to fight a war, but to this day I don't know what I was fighting for. I'm fighting for. Show me love, speak it over, and I'm falling at your feet.
Service gibt es nur Gewinner. Gehen Sie taktisch vor. Entscheiden Sie sich bis zum EM-Finale zum Kauf eines neuen oder gebrauchten Lagerfahrzeugs bei Auto und Service. Drehen Sie am Glücksrad und gewinnen Sie zusätzlich.
Liebe auf den ersten Blick finden Sie Ihre Traumküche. Diesen Sonntag ist Schausonntag und Beratung und Verkauf im Küchenhaus Hirschvogel in Peiting.
Die blaue oder die braune? Markant oder doch klassisch? Wir machen jetzt Schluss mit oder. Denn zum 40-jährigen Emberger-Jubiläum gibt es jetzt beim Kauf einer Brille eine zweite Brille geschenkt. Und das in gleicher Glasqualität. Somit sparen Sie sich die Qual der Wahl und bis zu 50% vom Preis. Ihre Verena Emberger. Meine Familie und ich freuen uns auf Sie.
Der geniale Feldherr Julian ergreift gewaltsam den römischen Kaiserthron. Heute Beraburo Galaxis. Unser Auftrag, Ihnen in Sachen Internet, Hard- und Software helfen. Und jetzt nur so, dass jeder versteht. Beraburo Galaxis ist Ihr Computer- und Netzwerkprofi. Beraburo Galaxis in Bergbeuren und
Fällt dir was?
ein Angebot des Profi. Lassen Sie sich unverbindlich beraten unter kellerverlag.de.
Hallo, hier ist Michael Mahler. Großer Generalumbau bei Möbelmaler in Neu-Ulm. Jetzt in allen Abteilungen bis zu 70% Umbaurabatt.
Hallo, na, wie war dein Tag?
Naja, heute Morgen war Stau. In der Stadt habe ich nur eine super enge Parklücke gefunden und bin dann vollgepackt mit unserem Wocheneinkauf zum Auto gewankt.
Ach du Armer.
Nö, das war genial.
Routine neu erleben. Der neue Seat Ateca mit Stau- und Parklenkassistent, sensorgesteuerter Heckklappe und vielem mehr. Kommen Sie zur Deutschlandpremiere des neuen SUV von Seat am 2. Juli bei Ihrem Seat-Partner.
Seat.
This is the clock upon the wall. This is the story of us all. This is the first sound of a newborn child before he starts to crawl. This is the war that's never won. This is a song for the world to see. Pictures of you, pictures of me. Remind us all of what we used to be.
Weitere 4 Menschen ums Leben, 20 wurden verletzt. Nach dem Abgasskandal bei VW will Bundesverbraucherminister Maas bessere
This palace here was born on the 25th of August 1845 and he died on the 13th of June 1886. So he died when he was just 40. The palace here was built from the year 1869 till the year 1878, just 9 years. And as you can see, it was built in the historicism style. So in the whole palace you will find elements showing the Baroque and Rococo style. And here in Lindorf Palace, King Ludwig II also spent most of his time. Which means the last 8 years he spent here about 2 weeks every month. Because it was the only one which was finished till he died. Maybe you know the others like Neuschwanstein Palace or Helmchiemsee Palace. In the middle of the room you can see a horse statue showing King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, because King Ludwig II admired him. And when you look on the ceiling, you can see a sun in splendor, with the French Burger King's motto, Nec pluribus impar. So this can be translated with the words, I'm superior to all. When you look in the second entrance hall, you can also see 3 vases. The vase in the middle, the blue one, is made of Sèvres porcelain. So Sèvres is a suburb of Paris, and you can still find today that manufactory. And next to the staircase are so-called cloisonné vases. No photo, please.
Oh, okay.
No. And the cloisonné vases are over 200 years old. They come from East China. And the doors here, they were the service rooms. Today they are empty, and we use these rooms now. On the right is bathroom, and on the left side the kitchen of Ludwig II. So later when you leave, you can walk on the left and look through the window into the kitchen. And now we go up in the first room, and please walk on the left side. Now on the right, please, on the right. Bye-bye, ja, welcome.
Bueno.
Yes. So you will. Here we are in the first room of King Ludwig II, which is called Vestibus room or music room. So the music instrument you have heard, you can see in the left corner. It's a so-called pianino eolodicon. And this music instrument is a combination of piano and harmonium. So he was the king. The peacock next to the music instrument you can see is one of 2. The second one you will find later. Because at the king's time, the 2 peacocks, they were standing at the entrance hall, on the left and on the right side, just to show the king's presence here in the North Palace. And he took the peacock because it was one of his favorite animals among swan and horse. The red curtains and seat coverings are also originals, and they are made of real tapestry and come completely from Aubusson in France. And all of the paintings you can see on the walls are oil paintings, and at the king's time they were made on very rough canvas. But as you've already noticed, in the whole palace is a lot of gold, so all of the wood about £9. Not very much, as you can see, because it's very, very thin. Of course, at the king's time, every room in the palace was heated, but only the king's rooms. And they were heated by means of warm air rising up through the open fireplaces from the domestic rooms downstairs, the rooms in the first entrance hall you have seen. But we had 4 rooms which were never heated. They are called cabinets. Even in winter it was cold. And a cabinet was just a waiting room for a servant. And the first cabinet, the yellow cabinet, is the only room in the whole palace which is silver plated. You can't find any gold leaf in there. I have to explain before because it's very small. On the walls you will find pastel portraits showing French nobilities because he admired French people, and on the ceilings zodiacs and elements. So one step closer to my side, and now you can have a look into the yellow cabinet. Here you can see zodiacs and elements. But this was just a waste.
Cow.
Louis XV. But when you look to your right side above the window on the ceiling, you can also see a painting showing Versailles Palace. Because King Ludwig II was several times in France, especially in Versailles, his favorite one. So, here he copied completely Little Palace.
Esta es la mejor habitación del Cristo.
Here we are in the bedroom, and as you can see, it's the highest and widest room of the whole palace. The bedroom has about 100 square meters and has a height of up to 7 meters. The king-size bed of King Ludwig II is in his favorite color, royal blue, and has a length of about 8 feet and a half, and a width of about 8 feet. Because King Ludwig II himself was very tall, about 6'3", so very tall for that time. The panelings you can see on the walls next to the bed are so-called high relief embroidery in reception. When you look on the left side above the door, you can see a painting. In the middle, King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, with guests and servants at his morning reception, the so-called Lever. And on the other side, it shows King Louis XIV at his evening reception, the so-called Coucher. But King Ludwig II, our king, didn't have here any reception in his whole life. He never married, he led a secluded life, so he only had about 10 servants, not many, as you can see. And in the last years, he only lived in the night. So now he was sleeping, because he stood up between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon and went to bed at around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So in the night he was traveling, was reading books, writing letters, everything at night. And then he called himself as the Moon King because he admired the Sun King. So this was all his free decision. He only lived here in the last years when the candles burned. And the chandelier above, you can see, weighs about half a ton and carries 108 candles. And every evening a servant has to light every candle. The two mirror frames you can also see on the right side are completely made of mason porcelain. So, and this porcelain was a favorite of King Ludwig II. You can see nearly the same candle holders like in a cabinet, but also flowers, birds, and on top 2 angels holding a crown. And below the crown you can see a double L on a white background. So the double L stands for Ludwig II. And this is the only sign of himself in the old palace. You can't find a portrait that you were painting. You didn't want it. Only a small double L. The next cabinet I will show you is the rose cabinet, and this was his changing room. But you can't find any wardrobe here because it was downstairs in the domestic rooms. And every morning and evening the servants had to bring up all the clothing. And to make it easier, you can find 2 doors here. One on this and one on this side on the left. And behind the doors there is a staircase to the bathroom, kitchen and domestic room. Just to make it easier. And now you can have a look into the rose cabinet. So here's one door.
So this was built in 8 years? Just
9 years, yeah.
9 years. Wow.
So it's the smallest of all the palaces.
So it's the other one that's
Yeah.
Did he go to, is it Nuremberg?
Yeah, in Nuremberg he was born in Munich. Okay. And most of the time he lived in the residence of King Ludwig II. And in the middle you can see the famous magic table, the so-called Tischlein Decken. When King Ludwig II wanted to eat anything, at first he ordered a meal. Then he was sitting at the throne and was waiting. Because this table could be lowered with a hand crane to the room below, the kitchen. In the kitchen, the servants put the meal on it. But while they were covering the table, King Ludwig II was sitting here at the throne and was waiting, because he ordered the meal at first. And when they finished, the table came up again and so he could eat. Of course, he copied this year completely from Versailles Palace in France. And all of the years he ate here completely alone. And in the last years, when he was living in the night, it was about 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. The vase in the middle of the table and the chandelier above are both made of mason porcelain. Everything, even the head of the flowers. Only the leaves you can see are made of silk. And when you look on top of the chandelier, you can also see a pineapple. So the pineapple stands for hospitality, even though he ate here alone. But he copied this from France, and there all of the kings had a pineapple on the chandelier. That's the reason. You can also find here in the dining room a painting showing you the Bavarian Baroque and Rococo style, which is on the ceiling. So the lady in the blue dress on the right side shows the goddess of flowers, Flora. And next to Flora on the left side, the god of vine, Bacchus. And it looks like they were stepping out, because their leg and their feet goes from painting into stucco work. And this is the Bavarian Baroque and Rococo style. You can also find here again wood carvings covered with carrot gold leaf, of course showing you here typical symbols for a dining room. On the left side next to the door you can see agriculture, on the right gardening, and on the other side on the right fishing, and on the left hunting. So, but King Ludwig II was the only member of the whole family who didn't like to hunt. He was never hunting in his whole life. The next cabinet you can see is the blue one, just another waiting room and the last one. Above the door you can see a portrait showing Richelieu, so he was a grandnephew of Cardinal Richelieu. And the lady to his left shows Madame Vintimille, and she was the prettiest at the French court. Okay, and the room after the blue cabinet we just go through. It's the East Tapestry room. You will find the second peacock, only the music instrument is missing. Because the next room he only built for the symmetry. Just go through. And she was the prettiest one. Oh, she's great.
I'm standing right next to you.
Yeah, I'm trying. So they're very loud, I know.
Yeah.
In the middle you can see the second peacock, only the music instrument is missing. So as you can see, he built this here for the symmetry. You can see nearly the same paintings. And when you look behind, on top of the mantelpiece, you can see a statue. And the statue is made of Carrara marble and shows the 3 graces. But this is only a reduced copy because the original stands at the French Louvre Gallery in Paris. And there King Ludwig II has seen it first, and then he said, I want to have such a statue, but of course a smaller one. But now I will show you the room of mirrors, and this was the favorite one of King Ludwig II. In this room he spent most of his time because it was his study or reading room. I will show you. Der ist schon lange kaputt. Der ist schon lange. Wie lange weiß ich nicht, ich bin jetzt zweites Jahr da. Kann sein, aber zweites genau. Müssen Sie mal fragen,
Ты видишь в том зеркале бесконечно. Сюда встань.
Yeah, you can also read this. but it started in 1869. So I know in some books you can also read 1874, but it's not true. Here we are in the room of mirrors. And when you look to your left or to your right side into a mirror, you think this room never ends. And this here we copied completely from Versailles Palace, his favorite one, but of course smaller. On the walls you can find a lot of vases, so you can count 90 vases, because King Ludwig II collected them. Even at his time, just decoration and ornament. The most precious thing of the whole palace. It's also in the niche above the sofa, it's the chandelier. And the chandelier is hand carved of Indian ivory and consists of about 300 pieces. It took about 4 years to carve it completely. And this was our last room, so please keep your ticket if you want to visit the grotto. You walk 10 minutes a little bit uphill, and every 20 minutes there's a guided tour. So when you arrive, there's a big clock with the next guided tour inside. If you have time, you should go. And when we leave the palace now, we leave through a secret door. It was the entrance and exit for the servants. Ludwig II only used the entrance hall because he was the king. So I will show you the secret door. So thank you and have a nice day. On the right it's the grotto.
What was the other tour you mentioned?
Grotto?
The grotto.
Yeah, you walk on the right side 10 minutes and there is a guided tour inside.
Thank you.
Yeah, hide it from Dad, not for Dad.
Hide it from Dad.
Only 20 euros.
Really?
Sorgten nämlich dafür, dass es hier mit bis zu 20 Grad Celsius relativ angenehm war. Und sogar der kleine künstliche See konnte erhitzt werden auf stattliche 40 Grad Celsius. Wir wissen es nicht genau, aber wir können alleine schon deswegen davon ausgehen, dass der König hier hin und wieder ein Bad genossen hat. Seit 1881 gibt es in der Grotte sogar elektrisches Licht. Das ist der erste Fall von Elektrizität in ganz Bayern. Und dank verschiedener Aufsätze farbigen Glases konnte die Höhle in unterschiedliche Farben getaucht werden. So zum Beispiel in Rot, die Farbe der Liebe und damit äußerst passend zum generellen Thema der Venus und selbstverständlich auch herzustellen. Und so war der König bis zum Ende seines Lebens eigentlich niemals wirklich zufrieden mit dem Resultat. Es musste immer und immer wieder verbessert, erneuert und experimentiert werden. Um die Grotte in diesem Zustand gebührend anblicken zu können, gibt es zwei private Logenplätze für den König. Einen sehen Sie dort hinten bei dem güldenen Licht, der Fels der Lorelei, und einen dort hinten auf der Anhöhe bei dem türkisfarbenen Licht, der sogenannte Königssitz, von welchem aus...
At a height of up to 14 meters or 45 feet, it is the largest artificial grotto of the 19th century. It contains a stage setting referring to the first act of the opera Tannhäuser by Richard Wagner. Ludwig II not only was his great admirer, but at the same time his greatest patron. The painting shows a poetic scenery including Tannhäuser and Venus, the goddess of love. The shell-shaped boat, decorated with a figure of Juliet, is a further reference to this scenery. It was August Dierig, a landscape designer, who created this scale in 1876-77. First, the large foundation pit was blasted back out of the rocks and soil on which a brickstone hall was erected. Inside, a frame of iron network was installed, modeled in different shapes and covered with coarse linen, which finally was thrown at and doused with shell lime and concrete. At last, the grotto was covered with blinded soil. 7 Ullentine stoves were used to heat the interior. It took 9 cubic meters for them to be heated during a period of 8 hours. At a temperature of about 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius, it was warm inside. By means of the separate heating system, even the lake could be heated up to 95 degrees Fahrenheit or 35 degrees Celsius. Since 1881, the grotto was electrified. In a nearby building known as Machine House, a current was provided by means of a steam engine and 10 dynamos. The current was used for operating carbon arc lamps inside the grotto. This can be described as the first immobile electrical lighting system of Bavaria. The using attachments of colored glass, the grotto could be illuminated in different ways. Red, green, orange, and not to forget blue, Ludwig's favorite color, which allowed him to imagine the blue grotto of Parkring. An artificial waterfall above the lake is another part of Wagner's stage directions. Like in Ludwig's days, the water of several mountain springs is being collected in a reservoir uphill and from there transferred to the waterworks in the park and to the waterfall. In order to leave the grotto, please follow the signs. If you want to get to the car park the quickest way possible, turn right at the exit. If you want to visit the other buildings, turn left. The next one is an oriental one, the Moorish Kiosk. Afterwards, you can go to the Runding Cabin and proceed to the Hermitage of Ornaments, two further stage settings of Richard Wagner's. The castle administration would like to thank you for your attention and wishes you a pleasant stay in Lindenhof Park.
personalisiert und tödlich zugespitzt. Dagegen ein sein Erwachen.
Geriye çıkalım.
मैंने बोला मेरा दोस्त आया Munich Central Station. Change here for regional long-distance services U1, U2, U4 and U5. Please exit train on the right.
Brücke. Umstieg zur S7 Richtung Wolfratshausen sowie Richtung Bayerischzell, Lenggries und Tegernsee. Bitte links aussteigen. Bitte rechts aussteigen.
Next stop, Lion. Change here for the S2 to Petershausen, Outer Münster, and in the direction of Pasing. Please exit.
Desculpa,
Nächster Halt Eching. Bitte rechts aussteigen.
This train terminates here.
Departure from this flight is at 10:41. So I have only the first ones in the.
So you can use the British Airways lounge. It's when you go here inside of the security to the left and one level up. Okay.
Okay.
And B1 is your gate here, Munich.
B1. Okay, thank you.
Have a nice flight, sir.
Thank you.
London gate view 18 minutes waiting to security check. Everybody's gonna be at.
I mean, I don't have to pay for no shit. Well, like I get it, but I mean, he's gonna be Under Armour.
Dankeschön.
Hello.
Good morning.
Now we would like to invite our Sky Priority customers to board at the Sky Station for your business and priority. Wir bitten nun unsere Sky Priority Gäste für Delta Flug 283 heute einzusteigen und bedanken uns für die Freundlichkeit.
Hello.
Good morning. Your pillow away, please.
Watch your foot. Watch your foot.
Mommy, please.
I'm honored to be part of our team of dedicated professionals. Our unwavering commitment is
the buckle and adjust the strap so it's not intact across your lap. To release the belt, just lift the top of the buckle. Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened. Anytime the seatbelt sign is on, and even if the sign is off, please keep your seatbelt fastened in case we experience unexpected road air.
For everyone's safety, federal regulations require all passengers to comply with the posted placards in addition to any crew member's instructions. Smoking, including the use of e-cigarettes, is not allowed.
Visibility is reduced. Lights will illuminate the aisles to guide you to an exit.
Please take a moment to find the exit closest to you.
Plane uses Wi-Fi, then internet can be accessed by using our Google Internet service.
Now, before we take off, be sure your seat is upright, your eye lamp rests are lowered, your tray table is put away, and all carry-on items are properly stored. And finally, that would be a good time.
cooperation. Thank you.
No, I want him out of the cup.
Tomorrow morning. Go home and visit the kitties. I had a cat sitter come in for a couple days. Yeah. A real nice guy that cat sits for me. He came over and he hasn't been there for a year, and on the phone he's like, "Do you still have Opie? He's such a great cat." I'm like, "Yeah, and I have two others too." He's like, "Yeah, they're not as nice to me. Opie was always the nice one." I'm like, "Yeah, that's true. He is friendly."
We will soon arrive at the South Station.
All right, well, enjoy the fireworks, at least the sound of them. All right, see you later. Bye.
Exit now for gates A1 through A28. Luggage claim, ground transportation, and concourses B and C.
In the wrong
Why did you not take advantage of it? Amazing. Okay, so you'll get out of the airport at 10:20, 10:30. Yeah, take your phone, call me when you get into the Uber or whatever. Yeah, I think the Huntington is
Oh, great.
Yeah, okay.
Sweet.
Yeah, okay.
Due to heightened security, all domestic passengers must be on board the aircraft 20 minutes prior to scheduled departure before your reservation is subject to cancellation.
I've done that. No, 6 feet in the next one. Do you have a
There. Looks like I've been upgraded, so could I maybe get a new boarding pass? Zimmer? Perfect. Thank you. Actually, was my luggage sticker
No, it
on that?
wasn't. No, I
No?
tried to
Okay.
make sure I had. You want the number?
Good. Thank you, though.
You're welcome.
Yep, that's good. Great. Thanks, Mr. Fox. Thank you. Hi, how are you
Hello.
today?
Good.
Mr. Zimmerman, thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
flight.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Delta Proud.
The buckle in front. As you lift the plane, inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tabs at the bottom of the vest, or manually inflate it by blowing into the tubes at shoulder level.
Please hold on. We are approaching Terminal 1. Please make sure you have all your personal belongings and watch your step as you exit.
For passengers with carts and luggage, please use
Please hold on.
Well, you can see how long it takes to go around. I don't know what time you.
Next stop is International Terminal A. All international flights, Air Canada, Alaska, Hawaiian, JetBlue, Sun Country, WestJet, the Medical Clinic and Aviation.
In case they stop real quickly, then I can catch you.
Please hold on. We are approaching International Terminal A. Please make sure you have all your personal belongings and watch your step as you exit.
For passengers with carts and luggage, please use elevators located.
Paseo de San Antonio. Look both ways before.
They travel large. Lord knows the places he goes with the money from the Clinton Foundation. So there's a broad-ranging investigation. Loretta Lynn shouldn't get within 100 feet of him, much less pal with him on the plane.
So Lisa, the BMW Fest is quite the show.
So, Sie können schon mal reinkommen und kurz im ersten Raum warten, da geht's dann gleich los. Sie können nach rechts reingehen, ganz rechts noch bei der Tür, das ist der gleiche Raum. Wahrscheinlich.
I'm sure you recognize you remember that. Stuff in the house.
Also wir können auch noch rechts reingehen, da geht's von
If you could live here and retire here, it would be okay because most people take it as well.
So we are the next. Okay, thank you.
How long does the tour take?
About 20 to 25 minutes, not so long. Is there more garden? Now on top is the Venus Temple, and there is garden everywhere. You can walk by your own bed.
This way and this way?
This way, yeah.
Schau mal, den kleinen Rechner.
Ah, der ist auch bei mir.
Da fehlen noch 6 Leute auf der Deutschen, aber nein. Ich glaube, der Richtung, also nehmen wir das mal mit. Ja, das ist die Zahl von
What?
The actual So your shoes are cool. Thank you.
You won't lose those.
Well, if we ever lose him in a crowd, all he has to do is stand on his head. I do not. I don't believe.
Ja, ik heb het weer.
No, it's not crooked. It's just, they didn't spell it. It's not like all spelled. I don't know if that's right or not. I don't know if that's how they do it, because it's that way too here.
Vorher habe ich auch die Versprechung eingeholt. I'm pretty sure anybody put me at the beginning of the whole here.
We're going this way.
Yeah.
We wait here?
Yeah, you wait here. Also jetzt gleich interessant.
Because that one's me. Like the guy said, that's what I look like under all these.
Okay. So you can go inside and please wait in the first room. There are seconds. Before I start, all of you speak English, or does anybody need a textbook in another language than English? All speak English. Okay, great. And then no photo and video inside the palace, please, and the backpack, if you have one, keep in your hand or in front of you. Because upstairs the rooms are very small. Okay, so King Ludwig II, King of Bavaria and man who ordered to build this palace here, was born on the 25th of August 1845 and he died on the 13th of June 1886. So he died when he was just 40. The palace here was built from the year 1869 till the year 1878, just 9 years. And as you can see, it was built in the historic style. So in the whole palace you will find elements showing the Baroque and Rococo style. And here in Lindorf Palace, King Ludwig II also spent most of his time. Which means the last 8 years he spent here about 2 weeks every month. Because it was the only one which was finished till he died. Maybe you know the others, like Neuschwanstein Palace or Herrenchiemsee Palace. In the middle of the room you can see a horse statue showing King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, because King Ludwig II admired him. And when you look on the ceiling you can see a sun in splendor, with the French Bourbon King's motto, Nec pluribus impar. So this can be translated with the words, I am superior to all. When you look in the second entrance hall you can also see 3 vases. The vase in the middle, the blue one, is made of Sèvres porcelain. So Sèvres is a suburb of Paris, and you can still find today that manufactory. And next to the staircase are so-called cloisonneways. No photo, please.
Oh, okay.
No. And the cloisonneways are over 200 years old. They come from East China. And the doors here, they were the service rooms. Today they're empty, and we use these rooms now. On the right is bathroom, and on the left side the kitchen of Ludwig II. So later when you leave, you can walk on the left and look through the window into the kitchen. And now we go up in the first room, and please walk on the left side. Now on the right, please, on the right. Bye-bye. Yeah, welcome. Bye-bye.
Bueno.
Yes. So you will. Here we are in the first room of King Ludwig II, which is called West Tapestry Room or Music Room. So the music instrument you have heard, you can see in the left corner. It's a so-called pianino eolodicon. And this music instrument is a combination of piano and harmonium. So maybe you know harmonium a little bit smaller than an org. And of course, King Ludwig II played on it. Most of the time music of his favorite composer, Richard Wagner. So he never learned to play, he only tried it. And nobody knows exactly in the end if it was good or bad. So if it had been bad, nobody had told him, of course, because he was the king. The peacock next to the music instrument you can see is one of two. The second one you will find later. Because at the king's time, the two peacocks, they were standing at the entrance hall, on the left and on the right side, just to show the king's presence here in the North Palace. And he took the peacock because it was one of his favorite animals among swan and horse. The red curtains and seat coverings are also originals, and they are made of real tapestry and come completely from Aubusson in France. And all of the paintings you can see on the walls are oil paintings, and at the king's time they were made on very rough canvas. But as you have already noticed, in the whole palace is a lot of gold. So all of the wood carvings, the stucco work, everything is covered with gold. It's all 22 to 24 karat gold leaf. But for the whole palace, inside for all of the rooms and outside for the park, they only used about 9 pounds. Not very much, as you can see, because it's very, very thin. Of course, at the king's time, every room in the palace was heated, but only the king's rooms. And they were heated by means of warm air rising up through the open fireplaces from the domestic rooms downstairs, the rooms in the first entrance hall you have seen. But we had 4 rooms which were never heated. They are called cabinets. Even in winter it was cold. And a cabinet was just a waiting room for a servant. And the first cabinet, the yellow cabinet, is the only room in the whole palace which is silver plated. You can't find any gold leaf in there. I have to explain before because it's very small. On the walls you will find pastel portraits showing French nobilities because he admired French people, and on the ceilings zodiacs and elements. So one step closer to my side, and now you can have a look into the yellow cabinet. But this was just a way.
All the gold.
No, everywhere. Is that painted outside now? The gold and the... Yeah, and it has to be restored every year. Yeah, so the fountain and the doors, it's not the original, of course. But all of this is... Yeah, everything original. Here we are in the audience chamber of King Ludwig II, and when you look to your left side, you can see in the middle normally the throne, but the throne is away because it has to be restored now. So you can't see the throne. And above the throne you can see the Bavarian coat of arms. And the Bavarian coat of arms has a fine needlework. You can also say a so-called embroidery. It's one of the smallest embroideries of the whole palace, but it took about 3 years. So later you will find more embroideries which are bigger. Up to the canopy you can also see on the left and on the right side ostrich feathers, because they were a sign of power, and nearly every king had these ostrich feathers. The two fireplaces next to the throne are completely made of Italian Bartolino marble. And on the left mantelpiece, it's the same horse that you like in the entrance hall, showing again King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King. And on the right, King Louis XV. But when you look to your right side, above the window on the ceiling, you can also see a painting showing Versailles Palace. Because King Ludwig II was several times in France, especially in Versailles, his favorite one. So, Jan Pien said he copied completely. Lindau Palace, he only copied a few parts, but not the whole room or the palace, only a few parts. And on your right side, you can also see 2 tea tables. And the tea tables are completely manufactured of green malachite, a gemstone from Russia, because they come directly from St. Petersburg. And at the king's time, they were just a present by the Russian Tsarina Maria Alexandrovna to him. And there King Ludwig II was sitting and was drinking tea, but the chairs have to be restored now like the throne. So. The next cabinet you can see is the lilac cabinet, just another waiting room for servants. All of the walls are made of silk. In the middle, King Louis XV, the lady on the left, Madame de Châteauroux, and on the right, Madame de Pompadour. So she was the most famous courtesan of the time of the absolutism at the French court. The next room is the bedroom. Here we are in the bedroom, and as you can see, it's the highest and widest room of the whole palace. The bedroom has about 104 meters and has a height of up to 7 meters. The king-size bed of King Ludwig II is in his favorite color royal blue and has a length of about 8.5 feet and a width of about 8 feet. because King Ludwig II himself was very tall, about 6 feet 3, so very tall for that time. The panelings you can see on the walls next to the bed are so-called high relief embroideries. And as you can see, they were made three-dimensional on this blue velvet. So, but nobody knows exactly in the end how long it took, because the small embroidery in the audience chamber, you know, took already about 3 years. But at the time of the absolutism, it was also common for kings to hold here in their bedroom their morning and evening reception. When you look on the left side above the door, you can see a painting. In the middle, King Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, with guests and servants at his morning reception, the so-called Louis. And on the other side, it shows King Louis XIV at his evening reception, the so-called Fouché. But King Ludwig II, our king, didn't have here any reception in his whole life. He never married, he led a secluded life, so he only had about 10 servants, not many as you can see. And in the last years, he only lived in the night. So now he was sleeping, because he stood up between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon and went to bed at around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So in the night he was traveling, was reading books, writing letters, everything at night. And then he called himself as the Moon King because he admired the Sun King. So this was all his free decision. He only lived here in the last years when the candles burned. And the chandelier above, you can see, weighs about half a ton and carries 108 candles. And every evening a servant has to light every candle. The two mirror frames you can also see on the right side are completely made of mason porcelain. So, and this porcelain was the favorite one of King Ludwig II. You can see nearly the same candle holders, like in a cabinet, but also flowers, birds, and on top 2 angels holding a crown. And below the crown you can see a double L on a white background. So the double L stands for Ludwig II. And this is the only sign of himself in the whole palace. You can't find a portrait, statue or painting. He didn't want it. Only a small double L. The next cabinet I will show you is the rose cabinet, and this was his changing room. But you can't find any wardrobe here. It was downstairs in the domestic room. Every morning and evening the servants had to bring up all the clothing. And to make it easier, you can find 2 doors here. One on this and one on this side on the left. And behind the doors there is a staircase to the bathroom, kitchen and domestic room. Just to make it easier. And now you can have a look into the rose cabinet. So here's one door. So it's a smaller golden color. Yeah, in Nuremberg he was born in Munich. Okay. And most of the time he lived in the residence in Munich and here in the North Palace. Okay. So in Herrn Chiemsee Palace he only spent 5 nights, and in Neuschwanstein Palace he spent about 170 nights. So not many. Here we are in the dining room of King Ludwig II, and in the middle you can see the famous magic table, the so-called Tischlein-Deckel. When King Ludwig II wanted to eat anything, and first he ordered a meal. Then he was sitting at the throne and was waiting, because this table could be lowered with a hand train to the room below, the kitchen. In the kitchen, the servants put the meal on it. But while they were covering the table, King Ludwig II was sitting here at the throne and was waiting, because he ordered the meal at first. And when they finished, the table came up again, and so he could eat. Of course, he copied this here completely from Versailles Palace in France. And all of the years he ate here completely alone. And in the last years, when he was living in the night, it was about 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. The vase in the middle of the table and the chandelier above are both made of mason porcelain. Everything, even the head of the flowers. Only the leaves you can see are made of silk. And when you look on top of the chandelier, you can also see a pineapple. So the pineapple stands for hospitality. Even though he ate here alone. But he copied this from France, and there all of the kings had a pineapple on the chandelier. That's the reason. You can also find here in the dining room a painting showing you the Bavarian Baroque and Rococo style switches on the ceiling. So the lady in the blue dress on the right side shows the goddess of flowers, Flora. And next to Flora on the left side, the god of vine, Bacchus. And it looks like they were stepping out, because their leg and their feet goes from painting into stucco work. And this is the Bavarian Baroque and Rococo style. You can also find here again wood carvings covered with carrot gold leaf, of course showing you here typical symbols for a dining room. On the left side next to the door you can see agriculture, on the right gardening, and on the other side on the right fishing, and on the left hunting. So, but King Ludwig II was the only member of the whole family who didn't like to hunt. He was never hunting in his whole life. The next cabinet you can see is the blue one, just another waiting room and the last one. Above the door you can see a portrait showing Richelieu, so he was a grandnephew of Cardinal Richelieu. And the lady to his left shows Madame Vintimille, and she was the prettiest at the French court. Okay, in the room after the blue cabinet we just go through. It's the East Tapestry room. You will find the second peacock, only the music instrument is missing. Because the next room he only built for the symmetry. Just go through. She was the prettiest one. Oh, she's great. Yeah, I'm trying. So they're very loud, I know. Yeah. Here we are in the East Tapestry room, I told you. So, no photo. In the middle you can see the second peacock, only the music instrument is missing. So as you can see, he built it here for the symmetry. You can see nearly the same paintings. And when you look behind, on top of the mantelpiece, you can see a statue. And the statue is made of Carrara marble and shows the three graces. But this is only a reduced copy because the original stands at the French Louvre Gallery in Paris. And there King Ludwig II has seen it first, and then he said, I want to have such a statue, but of course a smaller one. But now I will show you the room of mirrors, and this was the favorite one of King Ludwig II. In this room he spent most of his time because it was a study or reading room. I will show you. Yeah, you can also read this, but it started and of mirrors. And when you look to your left or to your right side into a mirror, you think this room never ends. And this here we copied completely from Versailles Palace, his favorite one, but of course smaller. On the walls you can find a lot of vases, so you can count 19 vases, because King Louis II collected them. Even at his time, just decoration and all made of Munich porcelain. But most of the time, when he was here in the room of mirrors, he was sitting on the sofa in the niche under the chandelier. Because there he was sitting and was reading a book. Every night he read about 2 books. And he was known, so please a little bit quiet. And he was most interested in reading about music, art, science, and his favorite topic, bronze, because of King Louis XIV. You can also find here in the room of mirrors the most precious thing of the whole palace. It's also in the niche above the sofa, it's the chandelier. And the chandelier is hand carved of Indian ivory and consists of about 300 pieces. It took about 4 years to carve it completely. And this was our last room, so please keep your ticket if you want to visit the grotto. You walk 10 minutes a little bit uphill, and every 20 minutes there is a guided tour. So when you arrive, there is a big clock with the next guided tour inside. If you have time, you should go. And when we leave the palace now, we leave through a secret door. Was the entrance and exit for the servants? A little bit the second only use the entrance hall because you got the key. So I will show you the secret door. So thank you and have a nice day.
What was the other tour you mentioned?
Grotto?
The grotto.
Yeah, you walk on the right side 10 minutes and there is a guided tour inside.
Thank you.
Only 20 euros.
That's nicht one.
John It's alright. It's alright.
Oh, what is it? Welcher war das?
Mit den 4 Schlössern drauf.
Hier, oder was?
Ja, genau.
Und die nicht, ne?
Nö.
Von den anderen was?
But we are on the way out. No, we're not. We're not even close to the end. Come on. So big. Come on.
Вот еще надо
Da stehen ja überall
Это вот а вот второй. А это третий, который поедет.
Они все туда?
А? Да. А он еще не смерть.
Возьми.
Honey, do you want this?
$35.86.